setiap langkah yang meyakiniku kau tercipta untukku sepanjang aku ingin engkau selalu hadir dan temani aku di setiap langkah yang meyakiniku kau tercipta untukku. Meski waktu akan mampu memanggil seluruh ragaku, ku ingin kau tahu kau selalu milikku yang mencintai. Kupikir kau sudah melupakan aku. Ternyata hatimu masih membara untukku. Waktu kan berlalu, tapi tidak cintaku yang mau menunggu untukmu, untukmu. Aku milikmu malam ini, kan memelukmu sampai pagi. Tapi nanti bila ku pergi, tunggu aku di sini. Waktu kan berlalu, tapi tidak cintaku yang mau menunggu untukmu, untukmu. Aku milikmu malam ini, kan memelukmu sampai pagi. Tapi nanti bila ku pergi, tunggu aku di sini. Dan aku milikmu malam ini, kan memelukmu sampai pagi. Tapi nanti bila ku pergi, tunggu aku di sini. Tunggu aku di Unipa. bisikanmu di antara bayang-bayangmu. Setiap kata cinta yang dulu tersimpan dan tak mau pergi. Sekejap cinta yang terjalin kan menjadi sebuah cerita yang tak mungkin terlupa, terukir di hati dan tak mau pergi. Mungkinkah aku miliki cinta seperti ini lagi? Jangan biarkan aku kehilangan dirimu. Coba dengarkanlah sumpahku dari hati. Aku cinta kamu. Jangan dengar kata mereka yang tak ingin kita satu. Yakinkan aku milikmu, aku milikmu. Jalinan cinta yang terjalin terpadu terikat erat, jangan terpisah lagi. Waktu kan menguji cinta kita berdua. Mungkinkah aku miliki cinta seperti ini lagi? Jangan biarkan aku kehilangan dirimu. Coba dengarkanlah sumpahku dari hati. Aku cinta kamu. Jangan dengar kata mereka yang tak ingin kita satu. Yakinkan aku milikmu, aku milikmu. Mungkinkah aku miliki cinta seperti ini lagi? Jangan biarkan aku kehilangan dirimu. Coba dengarkanlah sumpahku dari hati. Aku cinta kamu. Jangan dengar kata mereka yang tak ingin kita satu. Yakinkan aku milikmu, aku milikmu. Oke, selamat datang para tamu undangan yang sangat kami hormati dan juga para mahasiswa yang sangat membanggakan. Selamat datang di acara InCoLLT, International Conference on Language and Language Teaching. Ku terima suratmu, telah ku baca dan aku mengerti betapa merindunya dirimu akan hadirnya diriku di dalam hari-harimu bersama lagi. Kau tanyakan padaku kapan aku akan kembali lagi. Katamu kau tak kuasa melawan gejolak di dalam dada yang membara menahan rasa pertemuan kita nanti. Saat kau ada di sisiku, semua kata rindumu semakin membuatku tak berdaya menahan rasa ingin jumpa. Oh, percayalah padaku, aku pun rindu kamu. Ku akan pulang melepas semua kerinduan yang terpendam. Ku tuliskan padaku kata cinta yang manis dalam suratmu. Kau katakan padaku saat ini ku ingin hangat pelukmu dan belai lembut kasihmu takkan ku lupa selamanya. Saat kau ada di sisiku, semua kata rindumu semakin membuatku tak berdaya menahan rasa ingin jumpa. Percayalah padaku, aku pun rindu kamu. Ku akan pulang lepas semua kerinduan yang cinta membawa Okay, thank you very much for the assistance and the changes. And now we have the music singer, okay, Eva and Emily, and the voice is Walter. Okay, thank you.
pastikan ku jalani dunia tak seindah kemarin. Sederhana tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya hidup bersamamu. Dan apabila tak bersamamu, ku pastikan ku jalani dunia tak seindah kemarin. Sederhana tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya hidup bersamamu. Sebab kau terlalu indah dari sekedar kata. Dunia berhenti sejenak menikmati indahmu. Oh, dan apabila tak bersamamu, ku pastikan ku jalani dunia tak seindah kemarin. Sederhana tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya hidup bersamamu. Bila tak bersamamu, ku pastikan ku jalani dunia tak seindah kemarin. Sederhana tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya hidup bersamamu. Sebab kau terlalu indah dari sekadar kata. Dunia berhenti sejenak menikmati indahmu.
tes 1 2 3 cek 1.
Jangan dekat atau jangan datang kepadaku lagi. Aku semakin tersiksa karena tak memilikimu. Ku coba jalani hari dengan pengganti dirimu, tapi hatiku selalu berpihak lagi padamu. Mengapa semua ini terjadi kepadaku? Tuhan, maafkan diri ini yang tak pernah bisa menjauh dari angan tentangnya. Namun apalah daya ini bila ternyata sesungguhnya aku terlalu cinta dia. Tapi hatiku selalu berpihak lagi padamu. Mengapa semua ini terjadi kepadaku? Tuhan, maafkan diri ini yang tak pernah bisa menjauh dari angan tentangnya. Namun Oke, buat teman-teman yang tahu lagunya boleh nyanyi bareng-bareng ya. Tuhan tolonglah, hapus dia dari hatiku. Kini semua percuma, takkan mungkin terjadi kisah cinta yang selalu aku banggakan. Kau hempas sembah rasa yang tercipta untukku. Tanpa pernah melihat betapa aku mencoba jadi yang terbaik untuk dirimu. Everybody sing. Oh, mengapa tak bisa dirimu yang mencintaiku tulus dan padanya. Aku memang bukan manusia sempurna, tapi ku layak dicinta karena ketulusan. Kini biarlah waktu yang jawab semua. Oh, tanya hatiku. Kau hempas semua rasa yang tercipta untukku. Tanpa pernah melihat betapa aku mencoba jadi yang terbaik untuk dirimu. Oh, mengapa tak bisa dirimu yang mencintaiku tulus dan padanya. Aku memang bukan manusia sempurna, tapi ku layak dicinta karena ketulusan. Kini biarlah waktu yang jawab semua. Oh, tanya hatiku. Tanpa pernah melihat betapa aku mencoba jadi yang terbaik untuk dirimu. Oh, mengapa tak bisa dirimu yang mencintaiku tulus dan apa adanya. Aku memang bukan manusia sempurna, tapi ku layak dicinta karena ketulusan. Kini biarlah waktu yang jawab semua. Oh, mengapa tak bisa dirimu tapi ku layak dicinta karena ketulusan. Kini biarlah waktu yang jawab semua. Oh, tanya hatiku, tanya hatiku. Oh, tanya hatiku. tenggelam. Tenggelam jiwaku dalam angan, tersesat hilang dan tak tahu arah. Ku terjebak masa lalu yang gelap, tak kulihat lagi cahaya cinta. Coba bawa bahagia ketika ku masih mati rasa, karena dia yang pertama membuatku cinta, dia juga yang pertama membuatku kecewa. Kamu yang pertama menyembuhkan luka, tak ingin lagi ku mengulang keliru akan cinta. Jadi kisah yang sempurna. Jiwaku dalam angan, tersesat hilang dan tak tahu arah. Ku terjebak masa lalu yang kelam, tak kulihat lagi cahaya cinta. Dan kamu hanya coba bawa bahagia ketika ku masih mati rasa, karena dia yang pertama membuatku cinta, dia juga yang pertama membuatku kecewa. Kamu yang pertama menyembuhkan luka, tak ingin lagi ku mengulang keliru akan cinta. Jadi kisah yang tenggelam, oh jiwaku dalam angan, tak kulihat mati rasa karena everybody sing. Dia yang pertama membuatku cinta, dia juga yang pertama membuatku kecewa. Kamu yang pertama menyembuhkan luka, tak ingin lagi ku mengulang keliru akan cinta. Jadi kisah yang sempurna, Tuhan yakinkan cinta ini. Hati yang terkunci terbuka kembali. Dia yang pertama membuatku cinta, dia juga yang pertama membuatku kecewa. Kamu yang pertama menyembuhkan luka, tak ingin lagi ku mengulang keliru akan cinta. Dia juga pertama membuatku kecewa. Kamu yang sembuhkan luka, kamu untuk selamanya.
Tes cek cek. Halo halo. Cek. Cek sound. Cek sound.
cross my heart beating, 'cause you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now. There cross my heart racing, and you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. That got my hand shaking, and you are the reason. And my heart is bleeding. I need you now. Come back to call. Make sure the light deep at the child. Spend every hour of every day keeping you safe. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. You are the reason. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you. Fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason.
Take some. Test. Check.
rasa cinta yang dulu telah hilang kini bersemi kembali. Telah kau coba lupakan dirinya, hapus cerita lalu dan lihatlah dirimu bagai bunga di musim semi yang tersenyum menatap indahnya dunia yang seiring menyambut jawaban segala gunjaku semuanya. Walau badai menghadang, ingatlah ku kan selalu setia menjagamu. Berdua kita lewati jalan yang berliku tajam. Setiap waktu wajahmu yang lurus selalu menjadi langkahku. Seperti yang kita tahu, satu lagu ini adalah lagu pamungkas dari dosen kita tercinta, Bapak Wawan.
Cek, sah. Tes.
Jujur saja ku tak mampu hilangkan wajahmu di hatiku, meski malah mengganggu. Hilangkan senyummu di mataku. Ku sadari aku cinta padamu. Meski ku bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik untukmu. Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cintaku yang terbaik. Jujur saja ku tak mampu untuk pergi menjauh darimu, meski hatiku ragu. Kau tak di sampingku setiap waktu. Ku sadari aku cinta padamu. Meski ku bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik untukmu. Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, cintaku yang terbaik.
Tes, tes. The ceremony would be starting shortly. We would appreciate it if you could kindly switch your mobile phone to silent mode. Thank you.
Bisa, bisa. Cuman ininya dekat.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch together Remo the welcoming dance performed by Rivansa Grandis and Dian Muslika. Please welcome Remo Dance. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To the Honorable First Vice Rector Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya,
The Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya.
the Head of English Education Department Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya,
The Chair of Committee,
the distinguished keynote speaker, all presenters, participants from Indonesia and other countries.
welcome and thank you for attending the second International Conference on Language and Language Teaching with this year's theme, English Education in Global Mobility. My name is Aifadila.
My name is Arjuna.
It is a pleasure that we both will be your masters of ceremonies for this event.
Forum member, ladies and gentlemen, let us now sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please rise for the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you.
The next agenda is prayer recitation that will be led by Rahmat Hidayat, SSMA. Mr. Rahmat, you may have the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the time to offer our prayer. For Muslim, please allow me to lead the prayer. And for the non-Muslim, you can offer prayer based on your own beliefs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala Sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. O Allah, the great forgiver, we truly seek your forgiveness, so please forgive us. Please forgive our beloved parents. Please forgive our beloved teachers. Please forgive our leaders. Please forgive our beloved students. O Allah, the light, give us your light and guidance to our heart and thought, so that we can distinguish the right from the wrong. O Allah, the all-knowing, give us the strength to get the knowledge through this conference, the knowledge that lead us to come closer to you, the knowledge that give us aware to all people, the knowledge that guide us to spread goodness to all people. O Allah, the most gentle, lead us to love and respect to each other. Lead us to spread and promote peace to all people. O Allah, the all-hearing, please hear, make our prayer comes true. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Rahman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda item before us is read from Chair of Committee by Rahmat Setiawan SSMA. The Chair of Committee, you may have the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to have you all here. The Honorable, the Vice Chancellor of Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya, Dr. Dwi Retnani Srinarwati, MSc. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya, Dr. Sunu Catur Budiono, MHum. The Honorable Head of English Language Education Department, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya, Mr. Fajar Susanto. The Honorable Keynote Speakers, Willy Arenandia, Professor Rafrinda, and Professor Elsin Krasimov, who are online. And for sure, special gratitude to Rakib Chaudhuri and Niko Irawan, who are here joining us. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Dear lecturers and students, all presenters and participants, and other names that I cannot mention it one by one in detail. Thank you for coming to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, as the chief committee of this conference, the second international conference on language and language teaching, I would like to praise the God who has given all blessing in this amazing moment, so that we can be here to attend this international conference with the theme, English Education in Global Mobility. The committees and I, of course, really appreciate your valuable participation, and it means a lot to us. Ladies and gentlemen, this international conference is held by English Language Education Department, Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya, and this is the second time we hold it. I am pretty sure that this conference is not the greatest conference that you have joined, but the committees have been doing things maximally and perfectly, and we hope it can be providing good memories to you all. We are happy to announce that we have 5 keynote speakers. They are from some great countries, of course. Rakib from Australia. Mr. Rakib, thank you for coming here. And Professor Elsin from Russia, Professor Afrinda is from India, and Dr. Willis from Singapore, and of course, Mr. Niko Irawan from our beloved country, Indonesia. We believe that the insights that they will share in this conference will enrich our knowledge in this edition. We are proud to have some presenters and participants coming from other cities in Indonesia, such as Malang, Probolinggo, Sidoarjo, Gresik, Lamongan, Surabaya, and other cities that I cannot mention it one by one. From overseas, we have presenters and participants from Malaysia and Thailand and India and Vietnam. And some from Malaysia are here. Thank you for coming and attending this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this seminar is held annually by the Department English Language Education, Universitas PGRI Adibuana, Surabaya. We hope that this conference provides something in academic and knowledge atmosphere for academic researchers, scientists, policymakers, and others. Interestingly, this conference also offers great opportunities to lead the undergraduate students to explore their academic outcome as the result of their academic journey during their study in this university. As the information, this conference attracts lots of academics and researchers. We accept around 60 abstracts from various universities and countries. These are abstracts with high quality, which may provide us ideas and to improve our cognitive level. We expect that this circle can open greater things, such as collaboration and other projects in the future. We hope that this circle can open greater things. To sum it up, I would like to say my gratitude to all committee's members for their massive contribution to make this conference perfect, although there is no perfection. Once again, thank you so much and have a great seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Rahmat Setiawan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move to the next agenda. Opening speech given by First Vice Rector of Universitas PGRI Adibuana, Surabaya. We would like now to call upon First Vice Rector to deliver the opening speech and officially open this conference. Dr. Dwi Ratnani Srinarwati, MSc, you may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Selamat pagi. To the Honorable the Dean of Social Sciences and Humanities Faculty, Dr. Sunu Catur Budiono, Head of English Language Education Department, Fajar Susanto SS MPD, the distinguished speaker, Dr. Rakib Kurt Hurry, Monash University, Australia. Dr. Niko Irawan SSMPD, English Language Education Graduate Program, Universitas PGRI Adibuana, Surabaya. Dr. Willy E. Renandia, National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Professor Ravindra P. Singh, University of Lucknow, India. Dr. P.A. Elsin Kasimov, Moscow City University, Russia. And also the participant from Malaysia, Madam Julia Abdul Rahman, College Mara Saramba Negeri 9. Thank you for coming. And the chair of committee, Rahmat Setiawan, SSMA, and all presenter, participant, ladies and gentlemen. It is great pleasure to address you all in second international conference on language and language teaching in the theme English Education in Global Mobility. On behalf of Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya, would like to express my gratitude to all distinguished keynote speaker, presenter, and all participants who are attending this international conference through offline and hybrid. It is hope that this wonderful international conference can give insight, knowledge, and experience to us to overcome in English education issues in global mobility. I hope that the English Language Education Department, through academic forum, will continue to provide institutional commitment of quality and quantity for academic development, which consequently the likelihood of publication increases, the cooperation network and human resources develop, and the university expand as well. The last but not the least, we hope that this conference provides a big opportunity for academics, teachers, researchers, and those who are concerned with education, not only share their experiences and ideas, but also to promote their finding as the result of research. I wish everyone has every success with this conference. Thank you and enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Dwi Retnani.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move to the next item, the first plenary session. May I present to you the speaker. We would like now to invite Dr. Rakib Kouduri, Monash University. To lead the session, we cordially invite Mrs. Eliasanti Agustina MPD as the moderator to come on stage. And now we will hand over the floor to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony. Okay, hi, Dr. Akib. It is the second meeting we met, right? Yesterday we met. Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. I am Elia Santi Agustina, and today I will be the moderator for this plenary session. So today we have Dr. Rakib Koduri as our first speaker. I'm going to read the profile of Dr. Rakib first. Okay. So Dr. Rakib, he got his Doctor of Philosophy from Monash University from April 2004 until September 2008. And then the Master of Education from Monash University. And then a Master of Arts, especially in English Literature, from University of Dhaka in 1995. And also the Bachelor of Arts in the University of Dhaka in 1994. Currently, Dr. Akib is lecturer at Faculty of Education in Monash University from July 2009 till present, and the second University of Brunei Darussalam from September 2019 until present, and the third Ho Chi Minh City Open University, Vietnam from October 2014 until present, and also University of Dhaka, Bangladesh from September 1996 until January 2009. Dr. Akib also often come to our country, Indonesia, given various training in Indonesia, such as one of them is in the Sanata Dharma University from 2016 until present. Currently, until now, Dr. Rakib has published 6 books, a lot of journal article, and also book chapters. So that's very amazing personal background, audience, Well, audience says, are you familiar with the word Anglicis? Have you ever heard about the word Anglicis? No? So word Anglicis is the different varieties of English used all over the world, especially related to the accent. So it means that everyone can use the English based on the local dialects. In this opportunity, Dr. Rakib will present his work related to word Anglicis entitled Contesting Linguistic Identities and the Persistence of Standardized Pronunciation. Dr. Rakib, you have around 45 minutes to present your paper, and after that we will have question and answer session for 30 minutes. It's okay? So Dr. Rakib, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Senang sekali bisa berada di kota Surabaya yang indah ini bersama Bapak Ibu para pendidik. The rest of the presentation will be in English. I don't speak Bahasa. This is just a few words to get it started. Good morning, everyone. I've been to Indonesia many times, but this is my first time in East Java, Jawa Timur, and the first time in Surabaya. And yesterday, I found out that Surabaya is the second largest city, not just in Java, but in Indonesia. Is that right? So far I'm really enjoying it. So my big thanks to the conference committee, to the department, to the faculty, and to the university, PGRI Adibuana, for hosting me, making me feel very welcome, and making me feel very much at home. And I think most importantly, the food in Surabaya is awesome. It's really good, enak, very, very tasty. All right, so let's get started. Thank you, Elia, for generously introducing me. And as she mentioned, I've been to Indonesia many times, and it's always great to get back because there is so much that I learn from my visits here, some of which I will be talking about. So if you look at the title of my presentation, there are two parts that we need to focus on. One is linguistic identity, which means how language plays a role in our identity. We'll be talking about that. And the second part is standardized pronunciation. So standardized pronunciation is every language has a standardized pronunciation. That is the norm that is taught through formal education in schools, but there are also variations in dialect, regional variations, and Indonesia being a country of more than 700 languages, it is one of the best examples of the multiplicity of linguistic identities in the whole world. 700 languages in 17,000 islands in Indonesia. That is just wonderful, and it's one of the best things that I enjoy when I come to Indonesia, the linguistic diversity. So the title of my presentation is Contesting or Challenging Linguistic Identities and the Persistence or the Insistence of Standardized Pronunciation. So let's get started. I would like to start my presentation by asking you two questions, and I would like you to answer these questions. So here is the first one. How do you feel about your Indonesian accent when you speak in English? How do you feel? Very quickly, come on. How do you feel? Does anyone speak like a native English speaker? So you have an Indonesian accent, right, when you speak English? How do you feel about that? Normal or nervous? Do you feel nervous when you speak to a foreigner with your Indonesian accent? Do you feel embarrassed? You don't, but most of the people here probably do. Do you feel uncomfortable with your Indonesian accent? Do you feel ashamed of your Indonesian accent sometimes? Okay, so if you feel ashamed, uncomfortable, if you feel embarrassed, here is my second question. What is your preferred English pronunciation or accent? American or British? Which one do you like? US? Anyone likes British English? You like US English, American English? Okay, okay. So let's look at some of the uses of English in Indonesia. All right? So this is how English is sometimes used in Indonesia. So I'll show you some images here. So here's the first one. So what do you think is this item here? Seafood. Look at the spelling. Here is another one. Bed sheet. Fart time. Entry, please. So you can't read this, but it says S crime. So this stands for ice cream, right? S crime. So the men here, if you want a free wife, go to Indomaret. This is self-explanatory. All right? So if you go to a parlor, Faisal is facial, right? And then you have cream bed, cream bath, cream bed. Okay. So this is what? Fried chicken. What about this one here? Tahu bakar is no burn. because bakar means grilled, okay? Even in tourism, welcome tourists, we speak English. Very doubtful if they speak English correctly. Look at the spelling. All right, we have a few more. Even people who are supposed to translate in Bahasa, they get it wrong. And even if you want to get a private tuition, even they can't spell it right. So this is what this writer is saying. This kind of English, these signboards will make you say, RIP is rest in peace in English, the death of English. And the writer also points out that these are English fails, and I couldn't stop laughing your heart out. So you can't stop laughing your heart out. So it's very funny, all these things, but this is what I say. No, it's actually not funny. There is nothing wrong with this kind of use of English. Why? Because in all of these cases, we understand exactly what it means. It's not about the spelling. It's about intelligibility. It's about understanding. Let us not laugh at the painter or the signboard artist who didn't get the privilege of English education like all of us here in this room, by going to a school or a high school or a university, and to learn a foreign language in a country where there are already more than 700 languages. Let us not laugh at them, because they didn't get that education. They didn't get that privilege. How did they get these spellings wrong? Because they learned it by hearing. Now in Bahasa, of course, you use the English alphabet. So you can still write it out based on what you hear. So bed sheet is BEDSHIT. They can't tell the difference, but we know exactly what it means. So it is funny, of course. We all laughed at it. I also laughed at it. But if you are an English language educator, we should have that kind of tolerance to understand the privileges that they were denied. But more importantly, and that's where I'll talk about linguistic identity, we need to know that if the intended communication is successful, that is exactly what language is supposed to do. Now, we will not be talking about only English, we will also be talking about Bahasa Indonesia and more than 700 languages in Indonesia. So, this is how English will survive as an international language. It will not die in that way, because we have appropriated English in our own way. So if you look back and go back to the previous slide, say, how do you feel about your Indonesian accent? You said you feel uncomfortable. You said you feel embarrassed. You said some of you even feel ashamed. You shouldn't feel ashamed. If you speak English with an Indonesian accent, because that is your linguistic identity. That is who you are. If you said you prefer American English or British English, if you strive and work very hard to try to sound like an American, you know, in a way, shame on you, because you are not an American. You're not a British. You should be a proud Indonesian. So when you're using a foreign language, and if you have an Indonesian accent, you should be proud of it. This is 2023. This is not 1990. English has hegemonically spread all around the world as a tool of colonialism. And English-speaking countries are trying to impose standardized pronunciations. American English, British English. And they are trying everyone to sound like that, and trying to make us language educators believe that to speak good English, you have to speak like them, and that is not true. So that's what we are going to talk about. So these are some of the benefits of bilingualism or multilingualism. I'm not going to read all of these, don't worry about it. I'll just summarize. So research has shown that when a person speaks more than one language, it not only enables them to communicate in more than one language, but it also makes a lot of changes related to your cognition, related to your identity, related to your perception of the world. So if you speak more than one language, if you speak two languages, brain scans, scientists have shown that brain scans show that the neuroplasticity of a child who speaks more than one language is very different from a monolingual person, such as a British speaker or such as an American speaker who speaks in a standardized accent but knows only one language. Most people in Indonesia speak two languages, Bahasa Indonesia and your regional language, Javanese, Minangkabau, Minahasa, you know, it could be all of these languages all over the place. So at least two languages. So that gives you two different ways of looking at the world. So these are all the benefits. So language is not just about communication. It's about how you can see the world. Here is a quote from Frantz Fanon, who is one of the leading post-colonial theorists. And this is what he says between the connection of language and identity. He says, to speak a language is to take on a world, a culture. Therefore, to speak two languages or three languages means you can take two or three worlds and two or three cultures into your cognition, and that would help you understand. The person you can see on screen is the Russian linguist and philosopher Mikhail Bakhtin. Mikhail Bakhtin came up with the word heteroglossia, which means contesting voices. There is more than one voice, and they are fighting with each other. Bahasa, Javanese, English, they are all fighting in your head. They are contesting, and only one comes out as the winner. He calls this heteroglossia. Hetero means multiple. Glossia means tongue, multiple tongue. Heteroglossia is a new way of understanding bilingualism or multilingualism. Until the 90s, language educators used to believe in the monoglossic view. The monoglossic view means if a person speaks two languages, he or she has two different linguistic profiles in their head. One is Bahasa and one is Javanese, and they are completely separate. So the language profile looks like this. L1, first language, plus L2, second language, equals L1 plus L2. So there are two monolinguals completely separate in a bilingual speaker. That's the monolingual view. Bakhtin said that no, languages are not separate. They are always connected. And this is the heteroglossic view. That's where the contesting voices come from. You cannot separate two languages or more than two languages because in your head, they always work together. So this heteroglossic view, which developed in the 90s, gave a new way of researching languages. It gave legitimacy to the use of using your first language in order to learn a second or a third language. It gave use and legitimacy to the use of code switching and translanguaging. It gave use to the idea of positive transfer. So the better you know your first language, the better you will be able to develop your second language or foreign language by utilizing what you know in your first language. So in other words, heteroglossia means you should never separate languages. But instructionally speaking, it also means that the teacher should allow students to use their first language in order to learn their second language. Have you heard of native speakerism? Or sometimes it's called native speaker fallacy. It means that a person who is a native speaker of a language is the best person to teach that language. And it is a fallacy, which means it is a myth. It is not correct. It is not true. Do you think you can teach a language just because you know how to speak it correctly? You have to know how to teach. Is there anyone who was in my class yesterday, in Buenda's class? I was talking about the difference between teaching and pedagogy. Just because you know something doesn't mean you can teach it. So that's native speakerism. This is François Grandjean, a philosopher from and linguist from Switzerland. He wrote the book called Life with Two Languages, and he gave examples from his own life of how you could actually use two languages, in this case English and French, together in your life. So heteroglossia, or the inseparability of languages, two languages together, has implications for teaching. Now, when it comes to teaching, we have, when we talk about English, we can talk about EFL, which stands for English as a foreign language, or ESL, English as a second language. So an Indonesian learner of English is ESL or EFL? EFL or ESL? No, both. It depends on where they're learning English. If an Indonesian speaker is learning English in Indonesia, EFL. If an Indonesian student is learning English in Australia, ESL. So it depends on the dominance of the language where it's being learned. I'll just grab some water. Right now in Melbourne, it's very cold, it's winter. So the humidity is affecting my throat. Now, just like heteroglossia, the definition of bilingualism has changed over the last 60 years. For example, in the 50s and 60s, and in the 70s up to the 90s, theorists and researchers used to believe in order to be a bilingual, you need to be able to speak complete, meaningful utterances. And you need to be taken for a native speaker by native speakers of languages. So in other words, if an American doesn't recognize you as a native speaker of English, then even if you have studied English all your life, you are still not bilingual. That's what people used to believe until the 90s. But now, it is a more inclusive definition. So when we go from the 50s to 60s, 70s, 90s to the modern day, this is a definition from Baker and Wright. They say bilingualism is simply about the use of two languages, regardless of ability and proficiency. So even if you're making mistakes in your pronunciation, in your spelling, like bed sheet, you are still a bilingual speaker. So over the last 60 years, we've seen a shift from bilingualism being defined by very strict standards, native-like proficiency, to something more inclusive. And in order to teach language in the classroom, we should keep that in mind as well. The monoglossic view has several problems, and the monoglossic view gives more power to native speakers of a language, such as English native speakers, to regulate and standardize how language education should be conducted. So that is the problem with the monoglossic view, but we believe in heteroglossia. We believe languages should work together, not separately. We believe that languages should complement each other because languages work together. So here is a definition by Garcia, and it's about the problems of the monolingual instruction. Bilingual education programs developed in the 20th century responded to what we have called a monoglossic belief, which assumes that legitimate linguistic practices are those enacted by monolinguals. In other words, if you teach English at school, you should not use Bahasa. If you teach English at school, the best teacher is a native speaker of English. That is the problem, because that is very monoglossic. It is separating first language from second language. And that is not true, because we should never separate languages. So what is a standardized or native accent anyway? So the title of my presentation is The Persistence of Standardized Accent. So what is a standardized accent? Is there any such thing as a standardized accent? Why do Americans and British people insist so much for us to speak like them? Why do you all want to sound American or British? At least most of you. Because not all Americans sound the same. Not all British people sound the same. In fact, some English speakers, native English speakers, don't even understand each other when they speak. There is no such thing as a standardized accent. For example, if you click on this link, it will take you to a YouTube clip from the British Parliament, a session from 2021, just 2 years ago. The person that you can see is a member of Parliament, a native English speaker. So he gets up and he says a few things, and the speaker says, "Excuse me, can you repeat yourself? I can't understand you." So this person repeats what he said in English to another native English speaker, and he said, "I'm really sorry, can you speak very slowly because I can't understand you for a second time." So he repeats himself for the third time, and then the speaker said, "I'm sorry, can you write that down to me so that I understand you?" Because this person is from Wales, and the Welsh accent of English is different from the kind of English that the speaker is familiar with. So what I'm trying to say is there is nothing called standardized pronunciation of accent. Even native speakers don't understand each other. There is something called ambilingual or balanced bilingual. People believe that you need to be able to use two languages in a balanced manner in order to be a bilingual. But research has shown that it is not possible to quantify or measure your proficiency in languages. So you can't say I am 50% Bahasa, 50% Javanese, or 25 English, 25 Javanese. We can't do that. So this is another myth that we need to break, just like standardized pronunciation. There is no such thing as standardized pronunciation. Okay. So let's look at what's happening in Indonesia. Can you recognize this picture? Where do you think, which city do you think this picture represents? Yes, it is Surabaya. I tried to find a nice image of Surabaya from Google, and I found it last night. So let's look at the linguistic diversity in Indonesia. So we will look at a map of Indonesia, but this is a map of 1, 2, 3. I don't think you can read it from back there. Can you read this map from the back? So how many ways can you say 1, 2, 3 in this country, in Indonesia? 1, 2, 3. Or would you say siji, loro, telu? Sa, dua, telu. Or Sasak would say esa, due, telu. Or in Minahasa, esa, rua, telu. How many ways can you just say 1, 2, 3 in this one country? Many, many ways, in many, many ways. So this is how diverse Indonesia is. And of course, you know that much better than me because this is your country. But this has instructional implications in the classroom because we often try to homogenize the Indonesian English speaker or English learner as someone who speaks English as a second language and we don't recognize that on top of the formal instruction, which is Bahasa Indonesia, they also have another regional language, which they grew up with. So in 2019, an article was published called "How Javanese Failed to Become Indonesia's National Language." So as Indonesians, and as most of you may be Javanese here, most of you, do you think it would have been a good idea if Javanese was the national language instead of Bahasa? No. No. Why not? 3 different variations, yeah. No, but even if there are no variations, do you think it would have been good for Indonesia if Javanese was spoken by everyone from Minangkabau to Manado to Sorong, everywhere, everyone speaks Javanese as the national language? Do you think that would have been a good idea? No, no, because that is trying to homogenize and eradicate heritage languages, local languages. There are more than 700 languages, so this question is a wrong question in my view. How Javanese failed to become, it's not a failure. It is actually Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity. We should celebrate diversity. We should not homogenize one language and make it the language of the entire nation, because in that case, what would happen to someone from Padang? What would happen to someone, a Sasak from Lombok, or a Balinese, if they have to give up their language and speak Javanese? That is not right. I travel very often all over the world, and guess what? Which country is my most favorite country to visit? Yes, of course, Indonesia. Satu. So one of the things that I do when I travel is I try to explore language. I don't do it for research, I do it for fun, because as a language educator, I have this anthropological interest to know about linguistic diversity around the world. So I want to show you 3 short video clips based on my travel, where I try to explore linguistic identities and also the persistence of standardized pronunciation. By the way, that picture, that's not me. I just pretended to be me inside the helmet. That's not me. All right, so this lady you're seeing here is a person who sells souvenirs in a city called Sapa, small city in North Vietnam. I was there in October last year. This lady has never gone to school. She can't even speak the national language Tiếng Viet very well, because she speaks her own regional language, right? She is illiterate. She cannot read, she cannot write. She has never been to school. And this is the conversation I had with her. Can we turn on the volume? Or is it here? Is there a speaker in the room? Bigger speaker, not just this. The room speakers. Sorry, we'll just we are setting up the speaker so you can listen to her. How much time do I have? 14? I have to really rush. It's okay. Salim, this is what I was talking about. I told you I needed these speakers, because this one no one will hear it. It's okay. We're just getting the speaker set up so you can all listen to this lady. Yeah, maybe we can use this one. Let's try. So you can just, yeah, wait, I'll just, yeah. Okay, is it turned on?
Local music.
Say again.
This one is local music. You see,
Okay.
I play.
Listen to her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And say hi to my daughters,
Okay, so hi,
Sammy and Nish.
Sammy and Nis.
Hello from Sapa.
Hello from Sabah. I am.
All right. So this is a person who's never been to school and she's speaking to me in English. Let's listen to, but she's quite young. Let's listen to older lady, much older lady. Again, she's never been to school. She's illiterate. She has never had any formal education. And this is from a village in the same place, Sapa, Vietnam, last October. So I'm speaking to her. We'll just listen to just a few minutes, just maybe a couple of minutes. This is what I do when I'm, visiting places. I do that in Indonesia as well. Do you speak good English? How did you learn English?
No, not lot. Tourists come here sometimes.
But really good English. Very good English.
Me live and go this way. We live and go this way.
Your house is over there.
How much that?
You have children? How many children?
Me have five children. I have 10 grandchildren. Lot grandchildren.
Big family.
Yeah, thank you.
And 3 grandchildren.
Yeah. And you how old?
51.
51.
Yeah.
Oh,
What
young,
about you?
young.
How old are you?
Me 66.
66?
Yeah.
You're
me
very
old.
young. Yo.
Oh, not young. Me
You're
old.
young. You're young and
And you
beautiful.
say me baby, me son.
Okay. Were you able to listen to what they were talking about? How old was she said? 66, right? Shh, don't tell anyone. I'm only 28. Okay, yeah, I should actually delete that part where I talk about, and that was last year, so I'm actually 1 year older than that. Anyway, so these two ladies, they've never been to school. They are speaking to me in English. They're speaking to me in English. Now let's look at the last video, and this time I went to a village, a very, very small village called Ta Phin, on my way back to Hanoi from Sapa in the mountains in northern Vietnam. And this lady, Mai Lai, never been to school, can't even speak the formal standardized Vietnamese language called Tiếng Việt. She can't speak that properly. Why? Because she's in a small village. She just needs to know her local language. Because even in Indonesia, not all Indonesians can speak Bahasa Indonesia. Some people only speak their local language. Even in Bali, there are certain areas in Bali where they just speak Balinese, nothing else. Not even Bahasa, let alone English. So I interviewed Mai Lai in English for more than 10 minutes. And I understood absolutely everything she was telling me. Do you want to listen to this conversation just a little bit? Okay. All right, hello everyone. Here I am in the village of Ta Phin, close to Sapa, in the north of Vietnam, about 5 hours away from the capital city, Hanoi. And I'm enjoying my cafe suada, which is the sweet coffee with ice and condensed milk. Beautiful, really good quality coffee. And I'm here with, can you tell me your name please?
My name is Mai Lai.
Mai Lai.
Yes.
And what's your tribe, ethnic
My
community
choice,
called?
mine is Wet Zao.
Wei Zhao.
Yeah, Wet Zao people.
Now I can see that you speak really good English. Did you learn English at school?
No, I learned from tourists. I learned from tourists. Many tourists, maybe 4 years ago, see many tourists come here. I should go to selling some stuff. I make a tour guide. I took some, what they are, I learned from tourists.
And how old are you, can I ask?
I speak English and
Yeah,
I did 28.
28.
Yeah.
You are 28 years old?
Yeah, but I learned from tourists.
Yeah. And have you ever been to school?
Before I don't go school.
Yeah.
Everything I learn from tourists.
All from tourists?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I speak Vietnamese also I learn from tourists. I don't go school.
Just by yourself?
Yeah.
All right, so let's stop it here. The video is available on YouTube, so you can watch it. But I think I've made my point, right? So my kind moderator has told me I only have 8 minutes, so I don't want to show the whole video. Okay, but the point here, the very important point, most of you here are studying English language education, or you're teaching English language education, or you are researching on languages, right? So for us, it's very important to be sensitive to linguistic identity, not only our linguistic identity, but also the linguistic identity of our learners and other people, and we should be heteroglossic. Remember heteroglossia, it's not L1 plus L2, it's L1, L2, it's together, all right? So what's happening here is Myla is talking to me in English. She spoke to me for 10 minutes. She made a lot of grammatical mistakes. When I asked her name, she said, my name, my lie. She didn't use the auxiliary verb is. She said, my name, my lie. But that's okay, I understand her. Just like bed sheet, just like S crime, just like, what was the other thing? Free wife in Indomaret, right? So these mistakes happen because of the influence of our first language, because of lack of education, because of received pronunciation that we're hearing, right? But it doesn't have an impact on communication. Heteroglossic approach to language says you should respect languages as a holistic profile in someone's head. We should not separate them. So Myla has, how do you think she has learned English? Never been to school. Where did Myla learn English from? Tourists. Twitter. She can't even read. It can't be Twitter. Where do you think Myla learned English from? How did she learn English? Environment. Where do you think she never went to school? No one is listening to me? Do you want me to finish? Where do you think she learned English from? From tourists. She learned English from tourists. Now, it doesn't happen everywhere. I've been to Toraja, Sulawesi Selatan, 3 times. They have the Tongkonan, beautiful place. I've been to Lolai. Has anyone been to Toraja? I've been to Toraja 3 times. Toraja is also a place where thousands of foreigners, English-speaking foreigners, tourists, they visit. But in Toraja, no one learns English from tourists like Myla. So why is it happening in certain communities and not in certain other communities? Why do you think this is happening? Why, if she is learning English from tourists, why is it not happening in Toraja? It has something to do with how much importance you attach to your first language. If you want to communicate with a tourist, of course, if you learn English, it is an investment in your business because you will be able to express yourself and sell your stuff and get some money. In Toraja, they don't care. It's almost like you need to know my language. You better learn my language. I don't want to learn your language. So it's a different attitude. But even in Toraja, they do very good business with tourists, not a problem. It's a cultural difference here. So the question for us as educators is what happens when their children go to school, when Mailai's child go to school, what will happen? Mailai doesn't speak English fluently, but she can communicate in English. Her first language is not English. Her first language is the Daozo language, which is her first language. If she is able to afford to send her child to school, that child will not learn Daozo. That child will learn Tiếng Việt, Vietnamese language, and also English. So what will happen is after one generation, Mailai's child will probably completely forget her first language, Daozo. That is what formal education does to us. It tries to homogenize us through standardized language policies imposed by the government and says we don't care about your first language. We learn a foreign language, English, but we forget our first language. So it is likely that within 2 generations, Mailai, or even 1 generation, Mailai's child might not be speaking her first language. Because for tourists, they have English. For schooling, they have Tiếng Việt. So who needs your first language? So we need to keep that in mind as well. So implications for teaching and research, I've already talked about that. So when we see signs like this welcoming tourists, yes, it is funny, of course we will laugh at it, but as educators, please try to remember that the purpose here is to communicate. So it is funny, but let's not laugh at them, because they didn't receive the education that we did. So this is the last part of my presentation, and I'll try to finish it in class. This is my class at Monash University. I've shown these pictures in other presentations on a different topic. So this is, does anyone want to come to study at Monash University? Who wants to come to Monash University? Raise your hand. So I look forward to seeing you at Monash soon. All right, it's one of the top-ranked universities in the world. It's number 44 in the world. And education is, I think, number 12 or number 16, my faculty. So, and we have many Indonesian students. So this is what my classroom looks like at Monash. So what we do at the last class is we take a photo. We take a group photo on the last day of the semester. So this photo was taken a few years ago in the last tutorial, the last class, at the end of the semester. So my question is, do you see anything interesting in this photo? Do you see anything interesting in this photo? What is it? From different countries, yes. Anything else interesting? Anything else interesting here? Most of them are girls. That's interesting, right? Some boys, but most of them are girls. Okay, anything else interesting? Why don't you take a closer look and see what's interesting? So let's zoom in closer. So you see on this side, everyone is from one country, Vietnam. They're all standing on one side. And then all my Chinese students are on the other side. Why? And then guess where these students are from? They are from Indonesia. They are in the middle right with me. That's me. They are all together. Why? And then there was only one student from one country, Sarah. She doesn't know where to stand because she's alone. There's no one else from our country. She's from Iran. Okay? So if you look at the whole picture, this picture was not orchestrated. Anyone can stand anywhere. But intuitively, everyone clustered around people from their own language background, cultural background, country. Why? Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? It depends. It could be both, right? So the point I'm trying to make is, we didn't plan to do this, but later when I looked at the picture, I realized that they were sitting according to their language and cultural backgrounds. So there's a kind of affinity, there's a kind of common understanding. Language educators know that there is a lot of value in allowing students to use their first language in the classroom. Translanguaging, that's heteroglossia. If you allow your students to use Bahasa or Javanese in your class, in your English class, that is a good thing, it's not a bad thing. So one of the reasons why they sit together is so that they can use their first language. That is not a bad thing. On the other hand, if you sit with students from other language backgrounds, you learn a lot more, right? I'm nearly done. Give me 2 more minutes. All right, my time is nearly over, so I'll just rush through it. So, to summarize what I've said, we need to make very important alignments between our accent. There is nothing wrong with your Indonesian accent of English, because that is what makes you Indonesian. You are not American, you are not British. You are not supposed to sound like an American in English. There is no reason why in your language center or in your language class as a lecturer, you should expect or insist your students to learn American English in Indonesia. There is no reason you shouldn't do that. Intelligibility, understanding, identity, and cultural capital. This book came out just 3 years ago by an Indonesian writer called Zain, Suban Zain. And he talks about super diversity and superglossia. So we talked about heteroglossia. This is superglossia in the context of Indonesia because it has more than 700 languages. So this is my recommendation for you to read this recently published book to know about how language education should be conducted in Indonesia. And the last 2 slides, these are the implications for language pedagogy. We have to know the difference between 3 things. Teaching a language is how we teach and learn English. Teaching about language, that is completely different. That is about applied linguistics, phonology, syntax, structure, semantics, pragmatics. That is not learning a language, that is learning about language. The third one is learning through language, such as immersion and CLIL. So we need to know that these 3 are completely different things. And finally, implications for teaching and learning. As I said, home language is always important. Indonesian English should be recognized and celebrated as a distinct variety of English, not American English. Indonesian English for Indonesia. I've been in Australia for a very long time, 23 years. I'm an Australian citizen, but do I sound like a native speaker of English? No, and I will never, because I don't even try. I'm originally from Bangladesh, so if I speak with a Bangladeshi accent, that is my identity. If I speak like an American, that is not my identity, etc. And finally, terima kasih. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Wow, such a great presentation, Dr. Akib. Yeah. So for this first session, yeah, we have first session for question and okay. Okay, we come back to our plenary session. So we have question and answer session. Yeah, we'll have three asker for this session. Is there any one of you want to ask? Yes. Is there any microphone there? Okay.
Cek, cek. All right. So good morning, everyone. My name is Kiki Prayoga Dinugraha. You can call me Yoga. Um, one from your slide, it said that one of the problem of monolingualism is that um, monolingualism is seen as normative and as a standard. And I couldn't understand it very well, so could you please explain it to me in a simple way that I can understand? Thank you.
We will answer it after 2 more questions, okay?
I can answer one by one, it's okay.
Oh, okay,
Otherwise I might
directly.
not remember. Is that okay? Is
Yeah,
that okay?
that's okay.
Thank you very much. That's a good question. So monolingual instruction, I said, has been seen as norm, has been seen as normal, and has been promoted as the correct way of teaching languages. So it means monolingual instruction means that in a country where English is not the main language, when you teach English, everything in the class has to be done in English, monolingual, just one language. You cannot use Bahasa as a teacher. You cannot allow your students to use Bahasa in the class. And in Canada, this is called immersion. However, in Indonesia and in other EFL countries, they don't use immersion model, theoretically speaking, but they insist students don't use their first language. Because the monolingual view believes that if you use first language in learning second language, it slows down the process. And it is not good for teaching, but that is wrong. Recent research shows that heteroglossia, which means you should not separate L1, L2, right, together. It is beneficial for language teaching. Therefore, in your classroom, in your language classroom, please allow your students to use their first language and the national language. So it could be Bahasa Indonesia, Javanese. They can sit together based on language groups. So if you have 2 Balinese or Sasak or Minangkabau students in your class, if they are sitting together, that's okay, not a problem. It is actually good for language instruction. So that's what I meant by monolingual instruction, where you just use English for English, nothing else, right? And that is not a good thing. Thank you.
Okay, is that okay, Mr. Yoga? Do you have any opinion? No? Clear? Okay. The second question, my students, yeah, Nazar. Yeah. Yeah, that's my student. Yeah, I'm in the process. No, this is
Check.
the 6th semester. Hopefully this semester done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rakib, for the wonderful presentation. So, how do we, as let's say that I am a teacher. So, how can I apply the heteroglossia model in my teaching in classroom setting? The practical, or let's say that in my school, for example, that the notion of heteroglossia is not very known, and so that could bring difficulties for individual teachers. And so again, the question is, how can I myself practically apply the heteroglossia model of teaching in classroom setting? Thank you.
Nazar. Yeah.
Nazar, thank you very much for a very good question. Nazar's question is very good because even if you understand heteroglossia, how do you practice it in the classroom? How do you translate it, right? So you need to know. So remember my slide where I said there is a difference between teaching a language, teaching about language, and teaching through language, right? So the third one is how we can apply heteroglossic approach to teaching a foreign language. For example, have you heard of CLIL, Content and Language Integrated Learning, CLIL, CLIL. So CLIL is a specific language teaching methodology or approach which is heteroglossic. Immersion is another model of teaching language which is also heteroglossic. So in other words, you can apply heteroglossic approach by using CLIL or immersion. So one way of doing this is to teach different subjects in English. But there is a difference between English as a medium of instruction and heteroglossia. There is a difference. So if you teach a subject in English, like geography, if you teach it in English, it is English as a medium of instruction, EMI, but it is not necessarily heteroglossic, because in EMI, usually the subject is taught entirely in English, EMI, English as a medium of instruction. But in CLIL, first language is allowed to be used, both by the teacher and the students. So to apply heteroglossia in language teaching, remember that you should allow students to use their first language. You can use their first language. Corrective feedback should also be in first language, can be in first language. Scaffolding should be in first language where necessary. And all of these things would involve the mixing of two languages. And that's exactly what heteroglossia. It means mixing languages, right? Contestation. Thank you.
Yeah, is that okay, Nazar? So yeah, we can use our first language to give feedback, maybe to introduce about grammar, yeah. Something that it is difficult if we learned using English, we can use our first language. Okay, so the third question is from our hybrid mode from Zoom. That's our camera. You can say hello to Mr. Lisang Baskara from Universitas Sanata Dharma. The question is, to what extent does the persistent adherence to standardized forms of pronunciation in EFL education in Indonesia, influenced by the expectations of language teachers, learners, parents, policymakers, and curriculum designers, hinder the development of linguistic identities and perpetuate the privileging of American or British accent as prestigious cultural capital within the context of English as international language and heteroglossic language practices?
Thank you very much. That is a very long question.
Yes.
But it started with, to what extent? I got the question, very good question. By the way, Sanata Dharma University, I will be there next week, so I hope to see you, the person who's...
Mr. Lisang Baskara.
Lisang Baskara, Mr. Lisan Baskara, I hope I'll see you next week. I'll be in Jogja. I've been to Sanata Dharma before. Say hi to Dr. Heni Herawati, my student, who's there. So the question was, just to rephrase, to what extent is the persistence of standardized pronunciation because of pressure from policy, from parents, from education system, etc.? The answer is to a very large extent, very, very large extent. So the reason why schools, universities, colleges, language centers, even IELTS testing center, TOEFL testing center, the reason why all of these institutes insist on standardized pronunciation, like you must sound American, you must sound British, you can't have Indonesian accent, you can't have Javanese accent, right? The reason for this to happen is because there is a lot of pressure coming from all these institutes. And these institutes, for example, IELTS, International English Language Testing System, I was an examiner for 15 years for IELTS. I used to interview students for speaking. And in order to get 7 or 8 or 9 in pronunciation, you had to sound like a native speaker. So on one hand, I'm telling you, don't be ashamed of your Indonesian accent, because that's your identity. Because as an Indonesian, you're not supposed to sound like American. It is a shame if you want to sound like an American. So on one hand, I'm telling you, just be Indonesian. Nothing wrong with your Indonesian accent. On the other hand, for IELTS, for TOEFL, if you sound Indonesian, then you are not getting 8 or 9. So there is a conflict here, right? That's where the pressure comes from. That's where the pressure comes from. Because if you know that if you have an Indonesian accent, you will not get 9. But I can tell you this as an examiner, you can still get 8. And it is good enough. In fact, 6.5 is good enough. You don't need 9. So in order to get 9, please do not sacrifice your identity as an Indonesian. You should be proud of being an Indonesian. All right? If you look at this sign here, Garuda Pancasila, and you have Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, all of these philosophies in Indonesia, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity, these are all what makes Indonesia unique. You should be proud of being Indonesian. So that's the answer. The pressure is coming from the system to imitate native speakers. But as language educators, we should be more sensitive and allow our students to have their unique linguistic identities as Indonesians, not as British. Thank you.
Wow, that's great. Okay. So I will open the second session of the question and answer session. Is there any more students or maybe lecturer or present or other participants want to ask? Yes, the girl over there, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm from Sanata Dharmatu, but in historical depart. Yes. I'm studying English in the secondary school. But until now, I'm very stupid for speak English. If I want to understanding in English American, it's nonsense. It's only a few percent for understanding. In English from England, it's a few percent. But as if English for Asian, yeah, maybe I can understanding. I hope Mr. Rahib gave me advice for me. How about me must be studying to advance in English? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Akif.
Thank you very much. That is a comment rather than a question, but I'm very glad to know that you have really understood why it is important for us to have our linguistic identity based on our own language, not a foreign language. Thank you very much.
The advice, so she can advance her English. Do you have advice?
I think a very common way of learning English outside the classroom, outside formal instruction, can be music or watching movies, or nowadays you have social media as well. So of course that is possible, but you can do it as long as you don't want to imitate Americans or British or other native speaking English speakers. So what I'm saying is you can learn reading, writing, vocabulary, grammar, all of these things from social media, watching movies or music or real life conversations. Reading, writing, yes, but pronunciation, just try to be yourself. And there is nothing wrong if you have your Indonesian accent. Your first language is your identity. Your foreign language is not your identity.
It's okay, ma'am. You wanna speak? You wanna speak again? Give the microphone.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I have experience in English in the media social, but until now, I'm still use with translating. Yes, nothing cannot practice. Thank you very much.
Actually, ma'am, what's your name? How should I call you?
My name is Bernadetta Budi Lestari. I'm lecturer in the Citizen Education Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya. Terima kasih.
Okay, so Ibu Fernanda said that he also used social media to learn English, but somehow she feels like hesitant or like she still use Google Translate if she want to speak English. Do you have advice?
Do you have any friends that you can talk with in English? So I think if you can speak with them on a regular basis in English,
Yes.
it will improve your confidence and
Okay.
your fluency
Yes.
and your conversational skills. Because if we use social media, it is mainly listening to video clips and reading. It's receptive. But we need some productive skills as well. Productive means speaking. So speaking can't be done on social media if you're using text. You have to talk to someone. So I think the best way is to have conversations with someone who speaks English, but it doesn't have to be native speaker. Non-native speaker is okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Is
you,
it clear,
sir.
ma'am?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Fernanda. So I see that girl over there, yes. I want to ask. Yes, please, the microphone.
Okay, hello, Mr. Rakib. I'm Riha from English Education Department 2019. My question is, which kind of teacher teaches English better, native or non-native speaker? Thank you.
Riha.
Riha. Your name is Riha? Riha is the name of one of my daughters.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So, Riha, this is also a good question. Who is a better language teacher, native or non-native, right?
Yes.
Okay. The answer is the better language teacher doesn't depend on native, non-native. It depends on your teaching skills. In Korea and Japan, hundreds of native English speaking backpackers, 19-year-old teenagers, they travel with very little money because they are young, they don't have a job. And what they do is in these countries, they teach in language centers and they get a lot of money, and with that money they can pay for their travel, backpacking, right? These countries, and there are other countries as well, they recruit these backpackers from Britain and the US because they have white skin color and because they have a so-called native speaker accent. However, they don't know how to teach because they just finished high school, come on. Whereas many of you here have a bachelor's degree in English, or a master's degree in PBI, Pendidikan Bahasa English, English Language Education. So in order to be a good language teacher, you not only need to know the language, you need to know how to teach. If you know how to Swim. Can you teach someone how to swim? Yes. But a swimming instructor will do a better job than you, because in your case you just know how to swim, but you don't know how to teach how to swim. You have not been trained as an instructor. So that's the difference, Riha, between teaching and pedagogy. Teaching means just teaching what you know. Pedagogy is knowing the systematic, scientific, methodical way of teaching. So if a non-native speaker is trained as a language teacher, that person would be a better teacher than a native speaker without any training for teaching. So it's not about the language, it's the knowledge of how to teach language, right? Thank you, Riha.
Thank you so much.
Okay, very good question. Yes, the last question.
Thank you for the opportunity before. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Nabila, and I'm from English Language Education Department. From what you have explained before, privilege is the factors behind someone's language fluency. So, sooner or later, I will become a English educator. And what should I do to improve their English skills without separating their mother language, other than allowing them using their dialects? I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Samira. First of all, good luck, semoga lancar, with your career starting as a language teacher. I wish you all the best. So what you can do is you can encourage your students to use their first language, not Bahasa Indonesia, but their regional language, and also allow them to sit together. And if you are familiar with their native language, first language, you can provide them scaffolding and feedback, corrective feedback in that language, instead of always using English. So we are talking about 3 languages in the language class. We're talking about English, which is the class is about English language, Bahasa Indonesia, but also their regional language, which can be Javanese or Sundanese or Minangkabau or Torajanese or whatever it is. So allow them to use it and try to transfer their knowledge of that language into English. It's called positive transfer.
Okay, is that okay? Nabila?
Yes, okay. It's clear enough.
It's Nabila, okay. So, those are the question and session answer. There are already 6 questions, and thank you, Dr. Rakib. I think it is a very good presentation, yeah. So after all of us hear about the presentation of Dr. Rakib, so how do you feel about your local accent in speaking English?
Very good question, yeah.
So how do you feel? Do you still feel the same with your Mandarin English, Javanese English, Indonesian English? What do you feel?
Proud.
I cannot hear it. Please say it louder. You are proud? Okay. But one thing I should remind you that if you have a local accent, it doesn't mean that you don't need to have a good pronunciation. So correct pronunciation is must. But the dialect, yeah, we can use our local dialect. Is it okay?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Intelligibility. Someone understands you, that's the main thing.
Yeah. The key is if someone that you are taught to understand you, so that's the point, okay?
Like bed sheet.
Like?
Like bed sheet.
Oh, okay, like bench sheet.
Bed sheet, S-H-I-T. You didn't see it on the screen.
Yeah, I
The wrong
cannot
spelling.
pronounce.
It's okay.
Okay, so give applause to Dr. Rakib, everyone. Yeah. Okay. So, please sit down first. Yeah. So I give it back to the MC. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rakib Koduri. And Dr. Rakib Koduri, would you please come in front of the stage? We owe you a special vote of thanks for being here. We would like to give you a small token of our appreciation. For a simple handover ceremony, we would like to invite our Dean of Social Sciences and Humanities, Dr. Suno Chaturbudiono. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zuno, to present the token.
Well, we will hand over again to the moderator.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen here. Okay, so let us now move to the next item. Yeah, we still have our second keynote speaker. Yeah, this is for the second plenary session. May I present to you the speaker for our beloved university, from our beloved country. Yeah, we would like to invite Dr. Nico Irawan, SSMPD from Universitas BGRI Surabaya. Okay, hi Dr. Nico, still prepared? Okay, well, hi Dr. Nico. Yeah, it's not our first time to meet Dr. Nico, yeah. Dr. Nico, I'd like to remind that you have 45 minutes to present your work, and then we will have 30 minutes for question and answer session. Okay, Dr. Nico, time is yours. Oh, yes. So before the presentation, I'd like to read the personal information from Dr. Nico, yeah. Yeah, we should be proud, yeah. It is our lecture, yeah. So this is the working experience of Dr. Nico. Currently, Dr. Nico is master's degree lecturer, School of Postgraduate in Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya, Indonesia from 2022 up to now. And then beside that, Dr. Nico has other jobs such as founder and president Nestia Irawan Mulia Foundation. The next is overseas lecturer and professor, Thai Global Business Administration, Technological College in Thailand from 2022 up to now. And then founder and president Cendekia Institute Leadership and Business, or CIBL, from 2021 up to now. Also part-time lecturer Universitas Hayam Wuruk Perbanas Surabaya, Indonesia 2020 up to now. These are the works that Dr. Nico has up to now. Yeah. And for the working experiences overseas, Dr. Nico has already worked in Raja Manggala University of Technology, Krontap, or ISIC, RMUTK, Thailand in 2022, International College Raja Manggala University of Technology, Krontap, Thailand from 2014 up to 2022. Besides lecture, Dr. Nico is also reviewer in national and international journal. I will also read the educational background. He got his bachelor's degree in English language and literature in STIBA, Satya Widya Surabaya, Indonesia from 2016 and graduated in 2011. And then the master degree in English education and literature, postgraduate school in the State University of Surabaya in 2012 until 2014. And also doctor degree in English education and literature, postgraduate school, State University of Surabaya, Indonesia in 2019 up to 2022. Okay, so that's inspiring background. Okay, he is still preparing.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Elia.
Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, while waiting for my laptop to connect to the, the slides, I would like to a little sharing for you about the my slides my slide upcoming because this is my results when I stayed in Thailand. Okay, my experience actually, I have been in Indonesia for 7 months. 7 months. My career longer in Thailand. I have been in Thailand for 8 years, and now I representative Indonesia. So when I speak, every time I speak, I use Thai flag here, and then I stand up in front of the people, Indonesian people. I use Thai flag. So look like I'm Thai, but now I join Unipa Surabaya, and then now I stand up here and I speak with you in front of you, and I use Indonesian flag now. Okay, okay. My topic is a little different from Dr. Rakib. Dr. Rakib, I like it. Pronunciation, talking about the pronunciation, but I remember about the tembel ban tubles. I think you know everywhere, right? There is tembel ban tubles. In Dr. Rakib said that free wife, in Indomaret free wife. But I noticed in everywhere, I look at tembel ban tubles. Tubles, what is tubles? Tub is pentil, less is no. There is no pentil. Yeah, I'm thinking like that last time. Oh, finally, tubes is tembel ban. And pom bensin is no smoking, right? Okay, okay. The topic is about DingTalk apps is valuable tool for teaching international students from distance at a Thai university. I did the research last time. Actually, I concerned about the intercultural communication. This is concerned about the intercultural communication and second language because I analyze my student. Almost I speak with Thai, with international student, not only Thai student but also international. So I was until now I'm still teaching Thailand. I'm still teaching Thai university from a distance online using Zoom, using DingTalk apps, Microsoft Teams, seldom, but most DingTalk. At Thai University, why? Oh, why you speak, you representative Unipa, why your research is about Thai University? Because my whole life in Thailand, I have a career in Thailand. I teach 7 country students. My students come from Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Germany, South Korea, Japan, Nigeria, Cameroon, and what is it? Laos also, China, a lot. I have all Chinese students. So that's why I am happy I can stay in Indonesia because I can use my Indonesian language. But sometimes I'm not happy because if I do gossip, rasan-rasan, some people will know that I speak and I can understand. But in Thai, I don't understand Thai language more. I just can speak a little Thai. But when they gossip, I don't understand. I don't know. And I don't care what they are talking about. This is the point. Okay. Okay, this is my journey actually. I had a lot of journey. Why I mentioned about this is journey? Because I started my career when I was in 26. 24, I fly abroad. And then I learn, I analyze some people because I like making friends. And last night I met Dr. Rakib and look like we are so close. Yeah, we make a joke together, but only one night. One night we have dinner together and then we talk, small talk about Monash University. Maybe I'm planning to visit your university and I'm planning now because my project is China, Thailand, and United Kingdom first, and then after this, Australia first. I hope that I can meet you. And then the other one is my experience when I was there during my age, my bright age, because I'm still young. Yeah. So I had a lot of opportunity here. Okay, now this is the first time I just intermezzo first because this is Ding Talk Act. Ding Talk. What is Ding Talk? Nobody knows about Ding Talk because even I teach in Indonesia. Last time I teach in Universitas Hayam Wuruk Perbanas. I become the part-time lecturer there, and I try to teach the student. Please use Ding Talk. What kind of Ding Talk, sir? I never use. I'm not familiar about this platform. Okay, the first time when COVID-19 come, the pandemic come, of course everything is changing. And most of my students are from China. Ding Talk is from China. When I use Zoom, Google Meet, never touch. It's not easy to use Google Meet. Microsoft Teams cannot use. Zoom can use only 1 or 2 months and then they need to pay. You know, students sometimes, oh teacher, I don't want to pay, I want to free. Okay, I understand. So that's why we try to discuss with the team, the faculty member, what kind of platform. When I stayed in Raja Mangala University of Teknik Krungtep, I am a full-time lecturer at the time. And okay, we decided to use Ding Talk apps. And then intermezzo about the education. Okay, I listened to Glosia and I remember my student last time, especially Chinese student, when the accent of Chinese and they try to speak English, sometimes makes me confused. And sometimes I was so shocked when my Chinese student ask or call the teacher with, "Hi Nico, how are you? Hi Nico, how are you?" You know, when you stay in Indonesia, for example, your student call you your name. "Hi Nico, how are you?" What do you feel? Oh, it's not polite, impolite. But when I listen to my student, oh, yes, what happened? Hi, Nico. Sorry, sorry, my English is not too good, but I want to consult you. They use the accent like that. Okay, with my heart, because I'm teacher as a, service. Teaching is service. So I'm playing service. So I try to discuss and I give the consultant with the student, even evening, 24 hours. 24 hours, unless I was sleeping at that time. So education is the key success I always give to my student that please study hard, study more and more. I have just graduated from doctor degree. The first time, I don't want to study doctor degree. I never have a plan to study doctor degree. I just study doctor degree because so many people, when they invite me to conference, they put my name, assistant, professor, doctor, Nico Irawan, blah, 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 blah. The senior lecturer, Raja Mangala, University of Tengkurungtep, Thailand. You know what I mean? When the people put my name like this, you know, how I am, how my feelings. So that's why I consult with my wife. Okay, I want to study doctor degree, but I don't want to take scholarship because I like flying like a wings, like a bird. I can go anywhere, I can go any countries. This is my purpose. Even in Thailand, Thai people allow me to fly around the world. You can fly, you can go anywhere, up to you. They support me, the finance, everything, they support me. So flying like a bird. So I study in Indonesia. Imagine, I work in Thailand and I study in Indonesia. How come? Spend money? Of course. Fly, the way the flight? Yes. But at the time, COVID-19. Who knows? Who knows? I study in 2019. I don't know there will be COVID-19 pandemic. But I just study. I fly from Thailand. And then I study. Sometimes I miss my class. I inform my lecturer. Sorry, sir. I cannot find the flight. Okay, no problem, Mr. Nico. It's okay. And I study and my GPA and it's good until now. And I graduate first. Only 3 years, left 1 month. You can imagine. This is education for me. When I want to read something in my brain, I have the power of dream in my mind that I want to read something and God bless me and then I can read something. So I know that education is the most important. So I just encourage to the student, you are young generation. I ever speak in front of 1,000 people in Jakarta. At that time, I'm still master degree lecturer, and the other one is doctor degree from Korea, from Brunei, from Malaysia. And I spoke to all students that education is the key of success. With education, you cannot succeed like this. And now I have 2 foundations in Jakarta, in Sidoarjo, because education, like that. Okay. Next, based on Nelson Mandela. This is still intermezzo, right? This is not related to the topic about Ding Tok. Oh, Mr. Nico speak Ding Tok, but why speak about the education? You can see English education in global mobility. What happened? This topic is not related. It's related. Okay, Nelson Mandela. Education is all a matter of building bridge. All a matter of building bridge. It means that from the education, I'm sure you can reach your dream. And try to believe that the power of dream. Oh, sir, this is the logo of Honda, the power of dream. Not. This is, my basic, the first time I ran my career, I was as a salesman, as a marketing. I meet the people. I learn from the people. I learn people characteristic. As a psychology, I learn people characteristic. I learn the language. I try to use the language, communication. And in Thailand, I use intercultural communication. And I communicate with students using intercultural communications. So, step by step, I know this is a good point, the experience. Okay. Next, this is offline situation. Okay, we flashback in 2019 before. I try to put the picture to memorize like this, the condition, and now come back like this again, but it's a little different. This is when I bring Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung. They come to Thailand, and we have shared the cross-culture activity, and they share about the, traditional dance from Sunda, And then we try to use angklung. Okay, angklung playing. This is the first student from Germany, from Indonesia, and all of them already graduate. And I was so happy yesterday, last time, and now I'm so happy because my student become a lecturer. Now, one of the students like this become a lecturer in UNESA. You can imagine, bachelor degree, I brought him to study in Thailand, scholarship, free, no need to study. Master degree, he study in Russia because he liked studying. So now he become a lecturer in Universitas Negeri Surabaya. He's happy. I'm a teacher happy also. So my student can be the lecturer too. And then playing, and then as the cross culture, we know each other. And then we play together. We make somtam. Do you know somtam? I think Dr. Rakib knows somtam, right? Do you like it? Somtam is a little spicy, papaya salad. Somtam. This is when you come to Thailand, I think you know somtam. Yeah, but if you know tom yam kung also. And then this is the activity after this. Diversity, I got the information from the student because when I bring the student, I try to ask their reflection when they study in abroad. And their information makes me happy. Oh, teacher Nico, where if you don't bring me to Thailand, maybe I don't know about Thai culture. Me too. Who bring me to Thailand? There's a question. Why I work in Thailand? The question. So many people ask me, Mr. Nico, how come do you work in Thailand? Until now, I have students from Thailand. Until now, you can imagine. Until now, I have good connection with Thailand, because the first time when I stayed in Taiwan, and there is the anniversary every year, like this Natalis, Taiwan University always invite me, Mr. Nico, please come to Taiwan. Okay. And in the Taiwan, they introduce me. Mr. Nico, this is connection from Thailand. Please introduce them. Blah, 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 blah. We have a connection. And 1 year after, they invite me. Mr. Nico, can you join in Thailand? Oh, what happened? I was at a high school, senior high school. And then, why Thailand? When at that time, 2014, there is no opportunity for me to apply for being a lecturer. You know, sometimes I think that Indonesian bureaucracy, I think, always look at certificate degree certificate, right? This is Indonesian bureaucracy. Why I can speak like this? Because I had experience around the world. So I said, and I mentioned in many conferences, I said, Indonesian people never ask me, never accept me because I just graduate from university and still not get the certificate. But can you wait, sir? Oh, cannot. Because, you know, another one is so many application and already graduate, but you still not graduate. Okay, but after 8 years, I can show my performance now. And some university invite me, oh, Nico, please join the university here. Please join the university here, like that. And okay, yeah, we need to make a deal, like that. Of course, I need to make a deal. Negotiation is my job. Negotiation, marketing, promotion is my job. So when you make a deal with me, of course, I want to see you how to make a deal. Okay, this is this. I teach my student. And then, welcome party. From the cross-culture activity, we know each other. General activity like we know each other. Welcome party, we welcome the student from abroad. And then we teach them how to know the culture. Like Dr. Rakib, I like Dr. Rakib. He knows Indonesian culture. He fly many places, but I just fly only Jawa, Surabaya, Yogyakarta, and the far away is Lombok only. Dr. Rakib, Toraja. I never come to Toraja. I apologize. I don't know about Indonesian culture. Okay, this is farewell party. So this is, we touch each other about the environment, everything. We touch each other. And then this is the farewell party with the, you know, this is all my students. So I can teach intercultural communication because I come through to the international student like this. And then this is public service volunteer. So this is the activity like this. Sit in, now focus. Okay, I just give you intermezzo first. So, what happened? Nowadays, now some people still use online. I am in the mood of online learning actually. I like teaching online, but sometimes I like offline. If online, usually I join the conference like this. I have been speaking in the conferences, seminar, student general in 50 university around Indonesia. I speak during 2017, 17 until now. So I can conclude that this is the good experience online or offline. So we can see the phenomena in the 2020 up to now sometimes is changing. The first, maybe I don't know. We don't know about uh, what is online learning. I just know about distant learning. In the open university, we know about distant learning. Distant learning, you study from a distance. But during COVID-19, sometimes everything is changing. The mindset is changing. The mindset is changing. Like we can see about tragedy, about the reality. What is the reality? About is happy or sad, like that. And then phenomena. What's the phenomena here? This is the, I repeat again about the pandemic. And until now, is this still pandemic or endemic? Endemic. Nobody wear mask now. And then the pandemic have a effect, especially the progress of technology now. Now, you can join online or offline, like in the Zoom meeting now is okay. But last time, before COVID-19 or pandemic, what about the conference here? Always join offline. You need to come offline here. So during the pandemic, everything has the methodology, strategy, the trick, how to deliver the teaching knowledge. And that time, I want to tell you about my student. 2020, when the pandemic appears in 2020, the end of January, and that my student, Chinese student, come back to the country and they celebrate Chinese New Year in Wuhan. And then they cannot come, and we are, as the teacher in Thailand, just wait what's the next, what is the progress for teaching and learning. So finally, we try to decide, okay, using online, like so many people using online. So we try to develop the virtual learning. But I was, as a teacher, I could not get used to. Because teaching online is not easy. Sometimes hybrid is not easy. I have a student, Thai student in front of me, only 6 or 7 students, but 30 students in DingTalk apps. So how can we focus? Sometimes it's not easy to focus. You focus on the class, sometimes you leave your student in the Zoom or in the DingTalk apps. This is I did. I cannot teach hybrid. Sometimes when I speak with you in front of you, but in the Zoom meeting, I forget. Because I focus on you in the class, offline class, but I leave my student online. Not easy. So that's why how to make it balance, online or offline, only like that. Hybrid learning, possible. But for me, blended learning is good. Blended. Sometimes we use offline. Offline is the asynchronous, right? Chatting, only chatting. The traditional meeting, like today, we meeting traditional. But sometimes it's offline is or chatting offline. Sir, tomorrow is the offline class or online class. Actually, offline is chatting class. But traditional meeting like meeting face to face like today. And then the phenomena of life. And then I analyze. Yeah, this is my research. I analyze from the Industrial Revolution 1, 2, 3, 4. And then because the pandemic, we will move to 5. 5.0, artificial intelligence. Do you remember about ChatGPT? Yes, right? Do you use ChatGPT? Okay, good. So, what about your research? Do you use ChatGPT for your research? Yes. No. Sometimes. I will tell you about my student. Before I moved to Indonesia, I was teaching master degree and PhD for Chinese student. And then in the research, they try to copy from, I don't know, from the source of Chinese language and translate into English. From the English, they translate again, or they use the tool using good English, and sometimes not cannot detect it. We cannot see that this is the plagiarism or no. This is the smart of Chinese student. And then when I asked my secretary that she is Chinese, Chloe, please check this paper. And then she can check finally so many plagiarism and from Chinese website. So if you are a teacher, how can you identify this is the real plagiarism or no? Because after you put your name, for example, Nico Irawan, published in the journal, and then check Turnitin, no problem, pass 10%. But another apps from Chinese detected because I just follow my student name, put my name in the paper. What happened? What about you? What about your reputation? So you need to analyze. ChatGPT, AI, artificial intelligence now is so advanced. Sometimes as a teacher, we need to be careful, right? Especially now in the lecture, in Indonesia, lecturer always ask, oh, you need to submit the Scopus journal and then Sinta and others. In Thailand, yes, but in Thailand sometimes was Web of Science. In China, Web of Science. It's not easy, Web of Science. Okay, this is right. And then when I listen, when I heard about the Society 5.0, also the same. Society 5.0, the same. To make our environment green and smart city. I think when I speak in another university, there's a smart city. Also, we move to there. Okay, and then this is just for globalization during the pandemic. I think we know about the online learning, offline learning, blended learning. I think everybody knows about it. But how to implement and DinTalk apps, I think there is the convenient or comfortable tools that when you use the DinTalk, you just use only one platform, but you can save your big data. For example, you want to send 1 gigabyte document to your student, you just send like you send the WhatsApp. But the WhatsApp cannot send 1 gigabyte. Is it true, right? Only 64 megabyte. But TikTok can send 1 gigabyte, 2 gigabyte, one time. This is one time. You can imagine. It's so big data. Depend on your computer capacity. If your computer capacity big, they can send. And then we can see the phenomena like this, like hybrid, online, and face-to-face learning. I like face-to-face learning when I join the meeting, I speak in the conference, but sometimes I don't like offline learning when in the rush hour, like the mobility, sometimes traffic jam, something like that. I don't like it because my mobility sometimes can push for the traffic jam. But online learning, I like it. Online learning, I like it. And then it's suitable for every student, depend on. Now, so many students call me, sir, I'm bored with online learning. Okay, this is one opinion. Because this is, I ask my student, right? I analyze what your opinion because I use the phenomenology and narrative inquiry. So I ask, sir, I'm bored about the online learning. Why? You know, sir, sometimes when I want to communicate with the teacher, I don't understand how can I type. And then the teacher explain, cannot make me understand. Oh, okay. This is the one opinion. The other one, sir, I like online learning, sir. Why? Because online learning, I can go anywhere. When I want to take off, I can join your class, sir. This is opinion 2. Opinion 3, sir, I like too, but sometimes I don't like offline. What happened? Because, I have my mom in the kitchen, so I cannot come to the class, sir. How come? Okay, I can understand. This is some opinion. I collect, become the research paper, and then this is I publish in Q4 Scopus. Only the international student experience. Only experience. I ask reflective practice experience. Okay, so I like asking using narrative inquiry or phenomenology and or ethnography because I concern about the ethnography and I use to write people opinion and experience. Next, comparison traditional meeting. Yeah, this is of course different. When I meet face to face, easy. But if I don't meet face to face, not easy. Online, I remember when I teach online, it's like I speak with the wall. You know what I mean? Everything is turned off the camera. Oh, nobody knows. Oh, when I contact, how for example, silent. This is sometimes we work hard to teach, and I don't know where they are, like this. And then this is the digital literacy. Of course, using the digital literacy, we can have the information literacy here, media literacy here, communication and collaboration, and ICT literacy, and learning skill, and digital scholarship here. So digital literacy because during the COVID-19, the phenomena is so fast, technology is growing up so fast, and literacy in the digital literacy so fast. Like every day, I'm sure you cannot leave your mobile phone a moment. You want to sleep, you look at your mobile phone. Watching or reading or writing was up, of course. Group chat, a lot of group chat. Wake up from your sleeping, look at the mobile phone. Because I did. This is the phenomena for the practice literacy in the digital so fast, using the technology. Of course, the phenomena here sometimes makes us clever. Students can go so clever because they read every day. Mobile phone, the information about CNBC, and then CNN, I read every day. Try to, Try to motivate, encourage, I need to read. Next here, this is the trial using online learning. When I teach my students, they are from Korea, they stay in Korea, and then they stay in Thailand, and then they stay in Germany. You can imagine how many hours different time in Germany. From Thailand, Germany, 6 hours. So when I started the class at 9 o'clock, of course, he must wake up at 3 a.m. before, right? 3 a.m. But fortunately, I started the class at 1 p.m. So 1 p.m., no problem for him. He said to me, teacher, I must come back to Germany because, the condition is not too good at the time. Okay, Julian, now he study master degree, but I think he already graduated from Julius Maximilian University, Wolfsburg. Yeah, this is exchange student. And also this is my full-time student at that time. This is trial. And then start new semester in the 2 years ago, I used talk. Step by step, I try, for me, I'm a teacher, I try to get used to using that apps. Even not easy, I try to get used to. But finally, when the asynchronous way, I use chatting, sometimes only chatting I can understand them. But if they speak, so many accent, Chinese accent. Chinese accent sometimes I don't understand. But Cambodian accent I can understand. Thai accent I can understand. But Chinese accent and Korean accent, not easy to understand. This is using asynchronous first. And then mechanism using DingTalk, we can see in the DingTalk apps, we can know, for example, I'm as a teacher, I inform to the student, okay, tomorrow please submit the assignment to me. And there are 3 students no read my chatting. I can see. This is the good things for DingTalk. This is, I talk like this, I don't promote about DingTalk, but I analyze at that time about the interculture using the platform, and I feel that happy using DingTalk because only DingTalk can can fulfill our teaching learning from the distance. And then they can use from China, they can use from Germany, can Indonesia, can use from Indonesia, Thailand, Filipina also. And then this is the, convenience with distance learning. This is like I mentioned to you about the class, hybrid class. This is convenient, we can use apps like this. Become one, and then this is my activity here when I teach 7 countries in one time. So they stay in the different place, in Korea, in Cambodia, in Thailand, in Indonesia, in Vietnam, in until I forget, Filipina, like this, different time. So we can use in one time about the online learning here. So this is the teaching Chinese. It's not easy, but try to use the face-to-face online, but communicate directly, open the camera. So of course, I can know the student. I can remember the student, even they use the Chinese language, the Chinese name, I can remember. This is my job, is remember the name. And then this is the activity from a distance also. And then this is using the technology and discuss with the UK people, for the British people to speak. And then this is, they can share information from the apps. And then I collect the data from my student experience about the online learning using DingTalk. What do you feel? Oh, which one is happy, which one is not happy, and others. And then the conclusion is, after I analyze that, oh, the student use DingTalk app is not too good because sometimes the connection is not too good, and then sometimes the communication, they cannot speak out because they cannot feel good with the teacher, and then they don't understand. Sometimes when the teachers speak English, they don't understand like this. So that's why this is the conclusion, and then I use the references. Okay, I think, thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you Dr. Nico for the presentation. Okay, so for the first session, for the question and answer session, I opened 3 questions, but I personally agree with Dr. Nico. Yeah, after the pandemic era, before the class, my students always text me, "Ma'am, we will have offline or online class today."
Yes, always, the student always ask.
Yeah.
Sometimes I make a joke with the student. I know that if you study online, your parents never give you pocket money. Is it true?
Yeah.
When you study online and your parents know, you study, go to university or online. Online, mom, okay, no pocket money. So they come to university only for pocket money. Is it true? Yes.
And for dating maybe.
For
sir.
dating,
For
yeah,
dating.
maybe you have boyfriend or girlfriend.
Okay, for the first question and answer session, okay, Miss Ibu from the Sanata Dharma, okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I have to comment. Yeah, I have to comment for Mr. Nico. Nearby 1,000 a word for and then, and then, and then. I hope my the audience, all audience, have you agree if I call Mr. Nico is Mr. and then? Hello? Are you agree? Oh my God, only me. Only me interesting with your and then, and then, and then, and then, nearly until 100 awards. Sorry. Yeah. You make me remember me with my experience in when I have a teacher Scots in the Pangudi Luhur Secondary School in Yogyakarta. Yeah, there are a child study English with Mr. De Blood, pastor from Holland. Yeah, he's taught me what is the English across, nyebrang sungai, ya bahasa Jawanya nyebrang. Kalau nyebrang sungai bahasa Inggrisnya apa? What the English across the river, across the river ya. But the children thought if I'm ching ching, I'm ching ching, you know I'm ching ching. Yeah, ching ching. Yeah. Then if on the rain, where is your seat? If the outer yard is rain, I'm the kiss the bog. Ya, maksudnya itu saya berteduh di bawah pohon pisang gitu. But Mr. Nico, about that, yeah, I think the study English is true if we start from the wrong, but for the I'm true. Yeah, that is simple methods, I think. Yeah, that is true and interesting for studying English. Yeah, I'm agree with Mr. Nico. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu
Bernadetta Budi
Bernard.
Lestari.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's good. Thank you. Yeah. Sometimes I cannot realize that what I say and then. Okay, talking about the speaking learning English, you know, I graduated from bachelor degree English literature, and after I speak, I cannot speak English. I'm shy to speak English, and I joined UNESA, and I meet my friend here, Bu Yusa, and then I become a student of master degree. At that time, I cannot speak English. I can understand English, but you know, when I speak, I'm shy. I don't know why. You know, I don't know why. And I look at my friends in the class that, oh, they speak English very well. Wow. We used to also speak very well at the time. And I'm shy to speak English. And then there is the opportunity for me to go to Thailand. This is in Thailand. They cannot speak English very well. I need to speak English because no bahasa Indonesia in Thailand. And I need to teach students. Finally there, I practice with students using the, you know, different accent, you know, Thai accent. I use Indonesian accent, sometimes medok, using medok accent. This is try to understand. Step by step, I speak, and then, yes, just nekat, ya, bonek. Nekat, just speak up, atau asal ngucap, it's just speaking, and then finally I try, and then I can speak English, and when there is the opportunity 2017 to me, allow me to speak in front of the university in Surakarta, as I have several university, and I was not confident to speak in conference like this. I need to learn. Even already stay in Thailand, 2014, 15, 16, 17, 4 years. But I was not confident to speak in front of public, using English in front of Indonesian people. And at that time, was still master degree. I was not doctor degree like today. This is, I knew I got doctor, new, fresh graduate doctor. And then I use my experience, just like Bu Benat said, yes, pokoknya just menjinjing cross the sea as something, try to force ourselves to speak. And the disadvantage, the limitation atau kelemahan Indonesian student, they can speak English, they don't want to speak English. Ini ada kelemahannya. This is, I analyze, I do the research in both country, Thailand and Indonesia. I like doing the research, comparison between Thai university and Indonesian university. I collected the data from Indonesia and also Thailand, and then I conclude myself, I am shy to speak English. We can speak English. Why? The environment makes us shy. Why you speak English? Well, just speak Indonesia, fun. But in Inggris, oh, makan pohong ay, maong pohong ay ngomong bahasa Inggris. Down, the bully, a small bully. But in Thailand, compare Indonesian student, master Indonesian student good. But in Thailand, teacher, sorry, teacher, I cannot speak English. Okay, no, but they want, they try to speak English. Not only I cannot speak English, try. For example, I asked the fruit seller, and tolai cup, how much? Tolai cup, Egypt. Oh, 20 baht. Yeah, 20. Try to answer. But I don't know why. We need to upgrade, encourage ourselves to speak English every time. Because from English, I can go abroad. If I cannot speak English, nobody wants to hire me in Thailand. Why? Nico cannot speak English. Why I need to hire you? I got a lot of salary in Thailand. Why I need to hire you? You cannot speak English. First, my career in China, someone pay me for, okay, Nico, can you take me to China? Okay, I pay you everything. Yes, I learn. And then in Thailand, Nico, can you join to be our faculty member, lecturer in Rajamangala University Technicum Tab, Thailand? It's like I never want to move abroad. I never want. But God control. And drag me stay in Thailand. I don't know why I need to stay in Thailand. I just think that I look at my friend, oh, happy, so happy. Lebaran, Ramadan day, celebrate Ramadan together with the family, with the friend. But I was alone at that time. And then I look at this, and after 3, 4, 5 years, I know God control. If I don't stay in Thailand, nobody knows me. Atan dulu ya. Okay.
Okay, Ibu Fernanda, is that any opinion about the answer from Pak Niko?
Okay. Okay, any question? Maybe the second question, please.
Sir, there is a question from our Zoom.
Oh, yes.
May I read it? This is from Mr. Isang Baskara again from Universitas Sanata Dharma. The questions are, considering the diverse linguistic and cultural backgrounds of students in the Southeast Asia region and the increasing reliance on online platforms like DingTalk apps for English language teaching, how can we effectively leverage generative AI technologies such as ChatGPT, Google Bard, and other prominent large language models to enhance intercultural communication skills, accommodate different levels of English proficiency, and provide personalized learning experience in synchronous and asynchronous modes?
Okay. Okay, thank you from Sambas, yeah.
Risang Baskara.
Risang Baskara. Okay, thank you from Zoom asking me a question. Okay, related to the DingTalk apps. DingTalk apps is just technology, but in 2020, we use for the first time for international student wants to still stay abroad, stranded in the home country. They cannot come back to Thailand because the border is so close, was closed at that time. And then we use as a normal platform, but we have the additional. They can translate into, I think some of Chinese students cannot understand more English. They use AI from DingTalk, artificial intelligence, directly. When I chat English, and then they understand in Chinese. I don't know why. They understand in Chinese. The same, when they send Chinese, they change directly into English. So when you face a Chinese student, when I face Chinese student, sometimes even they are master English, good at English in writing, but I'm not sure that they are mastering English in speaking. Because I tested them that it's small communication using hello, hello Angel, how are you? Yes, sir. What about your assignment last time? I already given to you. What assignment? What assignment, sir? This is like the intercultural communications. I need to understand patiently. It's chatting. I think no problem. They can understand, but sometimes I cannot make them understand English, because I understand that they, from the beginning, their mother tongue is handwriting language, Chinese language handwriting, Hanzi, and we are from the alphabet language, alphabet words. So when they speak English, they try to memorize A, B, C, D, E until Z. When I learn Chinese language, Mandarin, I learn Chinese, I need to remember the line, first line, second line, third line, like that. Even you learn, I am in Thailand 8 years, but sometimes I cannot understand Thai handwriting. You can imagine, this is ESL, right? Not ESL, Thai second language for me. TSL, not ESL. Thai for second language for me. I try to learn, listen. Oh yeah, koto kap, sawadee kap, oh koto, oh tongpai. I copy paste. They speak like I use taxi with my wife. Well, after we go shopping and then using taxi, and I just tenai kap, lumpini kap. Okay, lumpini. Bokwa, okay. And then I communicate a little language. I cannot speak more because I speak English in university. Good for me. I can speak English full. Even the staff cannot understand English. So I try to speak, and they want to speak English. The same as in student. About ChatGPT. ChatGPT is nowadays, right? 2023, and maybe the end of 22, ChatGPT is try to develop. But I don't use a lot ChatGPT. But if I use, because I'm not native English speaker, sometimes when I write in Indonesian language, I use Google Translate, and then to make good language, I use Quillbot, yeah, make a paraphrase, and then Grammarly. I use Grammarly. Don't you think that I graduate from doctor degree or master English? Not like that. I still use that tool to make a research, yeah, to publish in the several journal publication in SAGE, Routledge, and then in some Scopus journal like that. So related to the intercultural communication, how effective DingTalk for teaching and learning for me is so effective because one platform, if I ask my student, can we online? Okay, sir, online. Directly, I just click one click, calling all member in the group, and they can join. No need to use like Zoom using username, password like that. No need. No need setup, no need. Just like WhatsApp, just calling and can keep more than 100 students. So if you don't want to pay Zoom, because Zoom you need to pay monthly or yearly, but you can use TikTok. The application can use TikTok like this. I show you my communication with my friend, but this is this is this is my student. Can you see? This is the TikTok app actually. I communicate my student, and then this is they invite me to join the graduation next year. I don't know what's next year. This is my student. They asked me for what is it? Recommendation. At that time, I still not join Unipa, but I use another affiliation, and they asked me to contact this like this. So but only 1 year, everything is delayed. So I cannot show you because everything delayed. But I can use, for example, here, they already read. I can see that she is reading, but it's not read. I think still unread. But in the group chat, for example, I'm trying to open the group chat. I hope still have. Oh, already delete, I think, or delete already. No, I don't have the group again because already. But this is the performance. Oh, this is already delete. Sorry, I cannot show you because only one here. The system deleted by themselves, by itself. Only one here. So if you have record about the DingTalk apps, I think this is, we can see, send the file here, for example, send the file and send the folder. WhatsApp, can you send the folder? Cannot, right? Folder, not file, folder. Cannot, right? DingTalk can. DingTalk drive files. And then you can write doc. Maybe you don't want to pay Microsoft Word payment, no need. You can use document here and free. And then here, emoticon, of course. I use so many emoticon like this. So sometimes I make a joke with my student. I use emoticon like this, like this. So many emoticon. So if I want to make a call with my student, just video meeting here, and directly can appear the student. If they click OK, and then they can join the meeting, my meeting student. So this is the convenient apps. Until now, I still use it. Okay, this is so many students. This is my all students, almost Chinese, because they can communicate with me. Like for example here, this is in Chinese, the system, like ChatGPT system, but they directly hi, blah 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 blah, Nico, like this. This is the system. Okay. Any else?
Okay, because time is up, I'd like to summarize, because Our students nowadays are, most of them are from Z generation, they are very familiar with the use of technology. After wake up, check the phone. Before sleeping, check the phone again. In the class, using the phone. So it's better for us to, using the technology in our teaching and learning process. Yeah. And I'd like to say that DingTalk is like the combination between WA, WhatsApp, and Zoom. Yeah. It is very talkative. Yeah. We can use emoticon. It is also free. Yeah. Free like. And also we can send a big data, we can use it freely, can be used in China, Thailand, Germany, Philippines, and Indonesia. And we can also using document there, and we can save the folder or drive there. Okay, thank you Dr. Nico Irawan for the great presentation. Yeah, I will give it back to the Master of Ceremony for the next agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Nico Irawan, SS MPD, and the moderator. Let's give them big a hand. Dr. Nico Irawan, will you please come in the front stage? We owe you a special vote of thanks for being here. We would like to give you a small token of our appreciation. For a simple handover ceremony, we would like to invite the head of English Language Education Department to come in front of the stage. Thank you, Mr. Fajar Susanto, to present the token. Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Dr. Nico Irawan, for your presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the lunch break. For your information, after lunch break session, we are going to have a parallel session. We have provided room 1 on the 5th floor and room 2 until 8 on the 3rd floor. Would you please check the room number in your conference bag? The parallel session will be led at 1:15 until 2:45 p.m.
For your all information, the conference on Sunday will be fully conducted online. Please check the detailed information in the program book. All student participants are compulsory to attend the conference on Sunday through online. Please register again the parallel session. You are going to get certificate if you join 2 days conference. Thank you very much and see you again.
Cek, cek.
Mati keyboard. Keyboardnya mati.
Buat teman-teman yang mau nyanyi boleh ke depan.
Aduh.
Sembari menikmati makan siang pada siang hari ini. Still depan iki lho, Dok.
Kau boleh cegah. For presenters and participants, please have lunch, and hopefully you can enjoy the lunch and can eat well. Kau boleh juga diriku dan anggap ku tak ada, tapi takkan merubah perasaanku kepadamu. Ku yakin pasti suatu saat semua akan terjadi. Kau kan mencintaiku dan tak akan pernah melepasku.
Everybody sing.
Aku mau mendampingi dirimu. Aku mau cintai kekuranganmu, selalu bersedia bahagiakanmu apapun terjadi. Ku janjikan aku ada. Mungkin yang nanti setelah lulus mau nikah bisa pakai band kita ya. Akan ada potongan harga untuk alumni. Kau boleh jauhi diriku, namun ku percaya kau kan mencintaiku dan tak akan pernah mendampingi dirimu. Aku mau cintai kekuranganmu, selalu bersedia bahagiakanmu. Apapun terjadi, ku janjikan aku ada. Mendampingi dirimu, aku mau cintai kekuranganmu, selalu yang rela terluka untukmu selalu. Aku mau mendampingi dirimu. Aku mau cintai kekuranganmu, selalu bersedia bahagiakanmu. Apapun terjadi, ku janjikan aku apa ini? Oke, ku janjikan aku ada. Oke, Valdo.
Oke teman-teman yang mau menyumbangkan suara emasnya boleh langsung maju aja. Kita seru-seruan bareng di sini. Cek satu. Cek.
Cek ki kurang gede iki. Ki.
Oke, ditunggu teman-teman yang mau menyumbangkan suara emasnya boleh langsung maju aja ke depan.
Cek. Cek.
Ku mengingatmu lagi, aku takkan sanggup dengan yang terjadi pada kita. Jika melupakanmu hal yang mudah, ini takkan berat, takkan membuat hatiku lelah. Kalah cinta ini pahit dan tak harus harus memiliki. Oh, jika aku bisa, ku akan kembali, ku akan merubah takdir cinta yang ku pilih, meskipun tak mungkin, walaupun ku mau. Mesin waktu, kau melupakanmu hal yang mudah, kan membuat hatiku panjang jalanan yang harus kulalui, merelakanmu. Jika aku bisa, ku akan kembali, ku akan merubah takdir cinta yang ku pilih, meskipun tak mungkin, walaupun ku mau membawa kamu. Mesin waktu. Jika aku bisa, ku akan kembali, ku akan merubah takdir cinta yang ku pilih, meskipun tak mungkin, walaupun ku mau bawa kamu. Jika aku bisa, ku akan kembali, ku akan merubah takdir cinta yang ku pilih, meskipun tak mungkin, walaupun ku mau membawa kamu lewat mesin waktu. Satu lagu persembahan dari teman kita Tirza. Oh ya, teman kita ini dari prodi bahasa Inggris ya, suaranya sangat bagus sekali. Oke Mbak Tirza, mungkin boleh minta tepuk tangannya sekali lagi. Wah, teman-temannya mungkin ada yang mau nyanyi di sini bareng sama Kak Tirza. Tirza nyanyi, Tirza mau nyanyi lagu apa lagi? Ada yang mau request mungkin? Oh.
Fly Me to the Moon. Oh ya, oke.
Oke, mau nyanyi bareng? see what springs is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, let me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You're all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Okay, I love you too. Apa nih? Is for the way you look at me. Oh, it's for the only one I see. Is very, very extraordinary. Is even more than anyone can do. Adore and love is all that I can give to you. Love, it's more than just a game for two. Two, and love can make it. Take my heart and please don't break it. Love was made for me and you. Is for the way you look at me. Oh, it's for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. It's even more than anyone that you adore and love. Is all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a gift for two. Two, and love can make it. Take my heart and please don't break it. Love was made for me and you. Love was made for me and you. Love was made for me and you. Thank you.
Boleh minta tepuk tangannya? Wah, keren banget. Namanya siapa tadi kakak? Namanya siapa tadi? Syarifah. Nyanyi suci gimana? Iya, boleh. Nyanyi suci. Mirip-mirip ya. Iki lo Mary yo. Mary yo. Lo enggak maksudnya kayak buat cewek apa buat cowok? Kan cepat ya, lancar banget itu.
Udah dinyanyikan tadi?
Enggak apa-apa. Oh, enggak apa-apa.
Oh, enggak apa-apa.
Maunya
Oke.
sekarang apa?
Ya, sekarang aja.
Oke.
Setelah aku
Memangnya mau nyanyi?
Ya, ayo.
You know itu lagunya Bruno Mars yang Marry You. Marry You.
Wes karo Tirzani. Apa dulu? Ayo bareng Mbak Tirza. Fly dulu. Tapi anaknya padha ra?
Abis ini yang rendah iya memangnya dari jam 1 udah
Kan saya belum jam 1 toh. Itu ya, mic-nya itu ya. Oh ini. Oke. Tak sapa dulu. Loh. Oh, alah. Yus bareng ae. Oh, gantian. Aku dhisik terus ya. Aku duluan. Oke. Selamat siang. Sudah kenyang? Ya. Yang sudah kenyang, silakan mengantuk. Jangan dong, jangan. Jangan ngantuk. Please don't be sleepy. Give support to your presenters, right? Okay. Tadi ada si Mbak Tirza udah melatih diri menyanyikan Fly Me to the Moon. lagu kebangsaan saya ya. Nah, ini Mbak siapa lagi? Mbak Eva dari PGSD itu juga apale Bu Bayu meng Fly Me to the Moon ya. Ini Mas Faldo, udah bisa ya ngirinya ya. Ambil suara dulu apa enggak Mas? I'm going to sing together with Tirza, okay? Let me sing first and then followed by Tirza. We take turns. Okay, please welcome Fly Me to the Moon. Okay. Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me.
Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you.
Yeah, fly me to the moon and let me fly me to the moon. Let me sing forevermore.
And let me sing forevermore. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me.
Fill my heart with songs and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I wish for and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. In other words, I love you. Okay, one more song, Love, L-O-V-E. Tadi siapa yang nyanyikan L-O-V-E? Sasa mana Sasa? Sasa. Okay, are you going to sing with us again, L-O-V-E? Oh, you are still having lunch. Okay. So Mbak Eva, Mbak Tirza, or Mbak Emil takes L. You sing L, and I sing O, and you sing V. Okay. So Mbak Eva, you sing L, and I'm O, and you sing V, and then you sing E. Okay. You take the MOLOVE. Okay, yeah. Oh, you can't. Oh, okay. So, Mbak Mari Anggi, you cannot sing love, LOVE. She starts with L, and I follow O, and you follow V. Oh, you are E, you E, oh V. Then you sing the E part. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay then. All right, we take turn. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Let me sing it then. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Another feeling of love for all of you. Just now, Fly Me to the Moon. We take you to the moon, okay? In order to be feeling happy. And now, LOVE. What is it? LOVE? LOVE? Love. Okay. Yeah. Mbak Iqbal. You take L and O. I take V and E.
It's for the way you look at me. Oh, it's for the only one I see.
V is very, very extraordinary, and E is even more than anyone that you adore and love.
It's all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a game for two.
Two in love can make it. Take my heart, but please don't break it. Love was made for you and me. Hey. Ada yang tahu lagu ini? Oh ya, lagu lama ya. I belong to the old generation. Eva has a very nice voice.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the
Yang mau
only
dansa
one
cha-cha boleh ya.
I see.
V is very, very extraordinary, and E is even more than anyone that I adore and love.
It's all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a game for two.
Two in love can make it. Take my heart, but please don't break it. Love was made for me and you. Oh, 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 love was made for me and you. Thank you, Mbak Eva, Mas Faldo. And now it's turn Mbak Anggi, probably Mbak. Okay, surprise, surprise. There will be a very new song sung by the young generation. Welcome. Okay.
Oke, terima kasih, Mem. Oke, buat teman-teman yang mau menyumbangkan suara emas. Cek, cek, cek.
Ku pejamkan mata ini, mencoba tuh melupakan segala kenangan indah tentang dirimu, tentang mimpiku. Semakin aku mencoba, bayangmu semakin nyata, merasuk hingga ke jiwa. Tuhan tolonglah diriku.
Everybody sing.
Entah di mana dirimu berada, hamba terasa hidupku tanpa dirimu. Akankah di sana kau rindukan aku seperti diriku yang selalu
Cik cik. Boleh minta tepuk tangannya sekali lagi? Wow. Ada request nih Kak Anggi, mungkin mau nyanyi bareng? Ada satu penyanyi rahasia kita nih. Masih kita sembunyikan ya. Dia gestar mungkin ya.
Oh gestar, ih mantep.
Mantep banget.
Kita sambut Lisa Blackpink.
Sambutan sendiri, kita sambit.
Tapi kalau udah masuk bilang ya aku nggak tahu masuknya gimana. Loh enggak. Dengarkan.
Enak-enak. Kandek-kandek banget. Saya.
Bukan aku gak bisa nambah.
Kalau gak ragu ya jauhin mic-nya sedikit. Enggak sih.
Biarin aku nyanyi sendiri.
Apa sih panas?
Kurang kabel olor guys.
host star kita malu-malu ya. Ayo Mbak, suaranya enak loh, kenapa harus malu? Mau nyanyi lagu apa lagi?
Ini Mbak Eva mau nyanyi lagunya Blackpink How You Like That.
Oke, mungkin teman-teman yang baru datang ada yang mau menyumbangkan suara masnya? Mau, boleh langsung maju aja kakak. Yang di sini juga mau, masnya mungkin mau? Mau duet, mau mau nyanyi lagu apa, disiapin lagunya ya setelah ini ya. Hah? Apa? Hah? I will always be the one who pull you up, but everybody push you down, and it's only me. Girl, it's only me. Pada tahu lagunya, nyanyi dong. Nyanyi sendiri ya. Atau mau bareng-bareng di sini kita padus di depan. Tirza aja. Oke, nantikan setelah ini ya. Nantikan setelah pesan-pesan berikut ini. Jangan lupa ketik rek spasi Tirza. Kirim ke 1234. Oke. Namanya siapa kakak cantik?
Debina.
Siapa?
Debina.
Debina. Temennya mana nih Debina?
Nggak
Dari
ada.
prodi bahasa Inggris juga?
Iya.
Apa?
Iya.
Apa? Jangan dong. Don't cry, don't be shy. Sadari. Gerakannya gimana gerakannya? Udah mas, jangan dilanjutin, ayo.
Oke, baik, teman-teman yang tahu lagunya boleh nyanyi bareng ya.
Georgia, wrap me up in all your wonder. Let me hold you under. I'll never let you go again. I
waiting for you. Thank you.
Selama ini ribuan hari ku dekat denganmu, lewati berbagai hal ku ada di sisimu. Tanpa kau tahu perasaanku padamu, sendiri ku berharap memberi kasih walau tak kembali.
And maybe not yours and you're not mine, but I'll be there for you when you need me. It's only me, believe me, oh it's only me, yeah it's only me.
I'll always be the one who pull you up when everybody pulls you down, and it's only me, believe me, girl, it's only me, yeah, it's only me.
Juga dirimu, tapi ku harap satu saat nanti kau tahu, sendiri ku berharap memberi kasih walau tak kembali. I'm maybe not yours and you're not mine, but I'll be there for you when you need me. It's only me, believe me, girl, it's only me, yeah, it's only me.
I will always be the one who pull you up when everybody pulls you down, and it's only me, believe me, boy, it's only me, yeah, it's only me. when you're not mine. But I'll be there for you when you need me. It's only me, believe me, boy, it's only me. Yeah, it's only me. I will always be the one who pull you up when everybody push you down. And it's only me, believe me, boy, it's only me. Yeah, it's only me. Oke, mungkin teman-teman yang ada di sana ada yang mau menyumbangkan suara emasnya. Yang di belakang juga mungkin ada yang mau menyumbangkan suara emasnya, boleh langsung maju aja. Cek. Oke, satu lagu spesial dari Geisha. Yang tahu lagunya boleh nyanyi bareng-bareng dengan kita. Dia tak pernah ada, takkan pernah ada penedap. Ku selalu menginginkannya, pelayan dari
Walah, kalau cowok tambah nggak mungkin isin aku. Mbak Ella gak ketok. Malu aku.
angel kan.
Rodok challenging kok ya.
Mengapa engkau waktu itu putuskan cintaku, dan saat ini engkau selalu ingin bertemu dan mengulang jalin cinta. Mau dikatakan apa lagi, kita tak akan pernah satu. Engkau di sana, aku di sini, meski hatiku memilihmu. Ingin aku hati ini hanya engkau, mantan terindah yang selalu ku rindukan. Mau dikatakan apa lagi, kita tak akan
Thank you. See you.
Terima kasih. Looks like we made it. Look how far we've come, my baby. We might have come a long way. You had gone to someday. Just say I'll bet to never make it. Just look at us holding you. We're still together, still going strong. You're still the one I run to, the one that I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. You're still the one that I love, the only one I dream of. You're still the one I kiss goodnight.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, dear presenters and audience. Welcome to the second International Conference on Language and Language Teaching, or InCoLLT II, held by the English Language Education Department, the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Universitas PGRI Adibuana, Surabaya. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Meita Dwi. I am as the moderator in this parallel session. Six presenters in the session, and each presenter or team of presenters is given 10 up to 12 minutes to present their paper. And I'm going to give a reminder 5 minutes before the end of the presentation. And for the Q&A session, it will be held after all presenters have finished their presentation. It will last for about 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question, you may raise your hand and you may address your questions after the presentation has finished. Okay, without further ado, I would like to welcome the first presenter. She will convey a presentation with the title English Pocket-Sized Book for Vocational Students, Miss Yeni Hartanto from Polytechnic Ubaya. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rakib. Good afternoon, Mo, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, yeah, I think it's more intimate and close. Today, I'd like to present my, please share the slide, yeah. The title, as mentioned by Ms. Mehta, is Pocket Size English pocket-sized book for vocational students. Yeah, referred to its name, it is applied research. English pocket book for vocational students. Actually, we are one team. So one team consists of 2 lecturers and 2 students, university students, yeah. Next. It is applied research because the research has output that is pocket-sized book. What is it? Is there in a finishing process? Yeah, because it should be printed. And it is collaboration. It means that I'm from English study program and PR, while my partner, Bu Hedi Bella, she's from Faculty of Industry Creative, yeah, Fakultas Creative Industry, yeah, Industry Creative Faculty. Now she's finishing the pocket-sized book. We collaborate. Before doing the research, there are some procedures we have to do. We ask the permission from the gatekeepers as it is an ethic, yeah, research ethic. So the gatekeepers here is the headmaster of vocational, that is SMKK Mater Amabilis, so Catholic Senior High School Mater Amabilis. It is located in Surabaya. After getting permission, I did some observation, yeah. So I went to the school and I made some informal interview with the English teacher, yeah. So from him, I got the book, the material English book. It is called Learn English, and we collect data from the book. Yeah, so the data here is the vocabulary used in the book. Now, because the majority of participants this afternoon is a university student, I like to ask you, when you have an English textbook, do you like that the book is no picture or compared to comic, full of picture and colorful? Which one do you like?
I like the book with a picture. I prefer with a picture.
Okay, thank you for the comment. I like to ask the boy, yeah. What about you? Full of text or full of picture?
For me is full of text, maybe.
Full of text?
Yeah.
Yeah. One more participant. What about you? What do you think of attractive English material book? It is full of picture or full of text? Which one do you like? Which one do you prefer to learn?
I prefer there is a text and a picture on that books.
Okay, both. Yeah, I think it's balanced. Yeah, full of picture, full of text, and balance. There's a text and picture. Yeah, the last that we'll do. We are doing for the pocket size book. Why is it pocket size? Why? Yeah, it's very convenient to bring anywhere. Yeah. Suka enggak buku saku? Buku saku ini ya, pocket size. Do you have pocket? And okay, next. And then, no, before the, yeah. I, as the head of the research, I proposed, so I made a proposal, and then, thank to God, it is accepted, yeah. And then we make a FGD, focus group discussion, and also it was a triangulation, yeah. So we invited a language expert to evaluate the English material book, the Learn English. Jadi bukunya dievaluasi. Nah, tapi di sini saya tekankan bukan evaluasinya, saya tekankan hasilnya ya. Because we have limited of time. Ideally, it should be evaluated until the response or the opinion from the student. Nah, harusnya dari dicetaknya sampai dipakainya buku itu. Idealnya begitu, karena ini kan sedikit waktunya ya, saya ambil, dipotong gitu. Sampai jadinya buku itu aja gitu. Then we started to make a draft. Yeah, in this case, my partner, yeah, she's expert of designing. Ini contohnya ya. I'm not the expert of designing. I only evaluate the language ya. Saya hanya bisa bahasanya ya. Kita perlu kolaborasi. Ya. We need to collaborate with the other expert. Ya. She's designing. She's helped by the student design pocket size book. Nanti seperti apa? Ada contohnya ya. Next, Mbak Meta. And then after the prototype of pocket size book, we make a focus group discussion for the second time. FGD lagi, ya. We invite the same expert, language expert, to make review on the draft. And then now we are the process of finishing, and we will print the book, pocket book, yeah. And then in the next week we will distribute the pocket book to vocational students. Yes. Next. Yeah, the pocket book, the name is Fit English. Fit English. What does FIT stand for? F, yeah, Ibu Wahyu, and I heard Ibu Wahyu saying, L is for the way you look at me. Yeah. F is fun. F, fun, yeah. Fun because it is colorful. It is not full of picture, but there are some pictures and interactive. It involves more than two or more than one, even two or three speakers in the text. It is tangible because we can hold the book. Bukan maya ya, we can hold and we can bring anywhere, tangible ya. Let me show the book. This one is the cover, it's like this. So we have, it is represent for diversity, yeah? Yeah. So it represents the character of the pocket size book, yeah? Yeah, one is from, I'm afraid to tell, yeah, but you can guess from the skin or from the color skin. Yeah, it is the meeting one, introducing yourself. Actually, the topic is not new topic for you, but we do hope by seeing the picture, you are more enthusiastic to learn, or you can teach your brother, your younger brother or younger sister, or even your niece. Yeah, I think it is more interesting, yeah, compared to previous material book. Yes, it also full of exercise, not only pictures, but it's also exercise, yeah, some exercises. Next, Ms. Mehta. Yeah, that's all for my presentation. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for Ms. Yeni Hartanto from Polytechnic Ubaya for the fruitful presentation. Let's give a big applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our second presenter. She will convey a presentation with the title, Improving the EFL Students' Oral Communication through the Implementation of Business Meetings Project using a Digital Pocket Presentation. Ms. Lia Agustina from Polytechnic Negeri Malang. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, the honorable audience, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for coming in this room. I feel quite appreciated by having you here. I'm Leah. I would like to share my paper entitled Improving the EFL Students' Oral Communication through the Implementation of Business Meeting Projects using a Digital Pocket Presentation Guide. The honorable audience, this is my background of the study. One of the goals of teaching English to EFL students is to push the students to have confidence in expressing ideas, to have oral communication. Oral communication is, as a role that is used as a means of communication, either in the working environment or in education setting. Actually, employees are expected to do the oral communication in the occasion in their office by using English. And this will be considered by the officer there to be promoted in better condition. It is in line with Crossing and Ward that mentioned oral communication is valued as an important aspect in the professional setting, which is undeniably is a required skill for men and women to be successful in pursuing a business career. Focusing on oral communication and fostering this ability enable the student to sharpen their skill and having better preparation for them to face the future life in the working field, which is considered essential. Considering that this oral communication is quite important for the student for the future life, then we as the researcher, Ibu Farida and me, try to implement this project of business meeting on our student accounting department, State Polytechnic of Malang, to be used as a way to get the real life example of oral communication. Conducting business presentation is considered to be an important practice for the opportunity for the student to get the oral communication. The authenticity of the real-life activities becomes one of the considerations that underlies ESP classes requirements that can help students nurture their English skill to be used in a professional setting in the future. Anastasia mentioned that one of the characteristics of ESP is that it is designed to meet the learner's need and should relate the content to a particular discipline, occupation, and also activities. While Hasana 2030 stated that build autonomous learning media aim at assisting the learning process to be more effective, engaging, interactive, and also fun, and they should be developed based on the needs of the students in each meeting. This highlights the importance of learning material and also learning media to support the learning for the accounting students in doing the business meeting project. This in turn will also help to improve the student motivation, and at the end it will come to the student achievement that will accordingly also improve. Further, through the student pocketbook, the student can obtain the necessary and also related information in time-friendly manner for learning resources. This finding then become the basic reflection in developing a digital pocketbook entitled Business Meeting Presentation in a Nutshell. The presence of the textbook may help the student to practice English through various activities that challenge the students. The absence of the teaching media, in this case a digital pocketbook, is seen as an opportunity to help the student enrich their learning experience in the classroom autonomously, in more engaging and one way since the millennials are technology savvy. The digital pocketbook is expected to be an assistant for accounting department students to learn the proper and better way of conducting business meetings and also practice their oral communication skill. As an alternating media, a pocketbook is considered a proper option since it is small in the dimension and also practical in use. It is designed in concise manner for the sole purpose of supporting the teaching and learning process. The image, charts, and figures used in the pocketbook are also equipped in such a way for a more engaging and fun learning experience. It is indeed a mediator that is designed to offer and encourage the student to be their motivation upon learning English. This is the performance of the student pocketbook, and it will be informed in detail by Ibu Farida, my colleague. It contains about the material such as dialogue, idiom expression, business term, video, YouTube, and so on. I use the action research. There are 4 dynamic process in the action research: planning, action, observation, and reflection. The population was the accounting student from State Polytechnic of Malang. There were 32 students. 5 menit. Yeah. The data were the student score and collected from the test. Pre-test and post-test were utilized by the researchers to measure how well the student comprehended the project assignment. The implementation of the t-test is used to determine whether there is a significant difference between the before and after the project-based speaking skill training program. It is the comparison of the score on the project. On the lowest score for the first project, the evaluation was 65. On the second project was 70. On the third project was 80. While for the high score, the evaluation on the first project was 80, the second project was 85, and then the last project was 90, with the number of students 32. And here is the improvement of the mean score of the student project. It was kept increasingly. And here is the number of the students who got the score above 70, 80, and 85. The student project evaluation on the first project, student who got the score above 70 was reached by 25 students from 32 students, while student who got the score above 80 was reached by 22 students from the 32 students. Above 85 was reached by 19 students from 32 students. Observation questionnaire and interview was found out that the implementation of business meeting presentation using digital pocket business meeting in an ASL application could improve the achievement of the student expected by the researcher. Almost all the students strongly agree of the whole performance of the digital pocket book was very good, interesting, and able to help the student to learn the materials and the project assignment. The content and exercises were easier to be understood and comprehended. Therefore, the pocket book can be set effective and efficient to be used as a guidance to learn the skill of the language autonomously in a fun way. The instruction and the choice of material needed to be learned are explained clearly and easy to comprehend, and also the choice of fonts and appearance in general was clear to be read. Insignificantly, from the data that was taken from the questionnaire sheet, the language was very communicative, example was given clearly, the instruction also clear, easy to bring as the application. Sorry, I have to jump up to the, because time is already, sorry. Belum, this is the student presentation, maaf. I would like to show the student presentation, sorry, in a second. it cannot be played. Thank you very much for the attention. Maaf, terima kasih.
Thank you so much for Miss Lia Agustina. I'm so sorry for the unpredictable problem that came from. Well, let's welcome our third team of presenters. They will convey a presentation entitled "The Analysis of English Language Needs for Specific Purposes, a Case Study at an Indonesian Medical School." Miss Laili Hidayati and Miss Dia Royani Meisani from Universitas Brawijaya. Time is yours.
Would you please open my PPT? Yeah. Oh, we cannot see. Yes. All right. Yes. Okay. May I just sit so I can just. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon, everyone. Please allow us to introduce ourselves first. So we're going to present in a team. This is my partner, Ibu Laili Hidayati, and I'm Dia Meisani. We are from Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Brawijaya. And today we would like to present our paper entitled "The Analysis of English Language Needs for Specific Purposes, a Case Study at our own campus, actually, at our own faculty, a medical school." All right, so I believe that we all agree that English as an international language has now been extensively utilized for scientific communication in the Industry 4.0 era. And because of this language has been a common language for a variety of functions. For example, if you would like to apply for a scholarship, you need to be able to provide your English score. And then, for example, you would like to apply for a job, you also need to be able to communicate in English well. And then it's not only in English department, but in other departments too. English is used as language of medium of instruction. And this has been a primary concern in academic community, particularly at tertiary level. Okay. So this is what we are going to talk. We're going to talk about English for specific teaching, especially in Faculty of Medicine. So we both teach English for medical purposes. We believe that students in any major need English, yeah. So in this context, we concern for a need for students in medical faculty to be proficient in English, as all medical material is written in English. And then different from general English, EMP is context-based, so it cannot be taught using the same method as basic English language teaching. So context-based here refers to, teaching using real-life examples, so the students can learn through, for example, conceptual or practical experiences. So it's not only including the theory only. And then EMP learning is to learn how to use the language for social and professional relationship. So to ensure continuity between needs and learning activities in the EMP class, the needs of students in learning English during their study are required to be examined. So this is what we are doing now. So the objective of our paper is to evaluate medical students' perspective of the usefulness of English language skills in medical education. Specifically, we would like to identify their English communication needs in academic settings and also determine the type of English course that can be created using the data collected from the current study. We employ a descriptive quantitative study by involving 300 medical students, which cover around 158 medical students, and then 58 midwifery students, and also 85 pharmacy students. We administered a questionnaire, adapted questionnaire from Lodi 2018. It consists of 4 focuses questions. The first one is to find out students' perception about the importance of English in their academics and also in professional career later, and then how they utilize and also achieve the English skills. And the last one is how they analyze their current proficiency in English. And the data we collected were analyzed using descriptive statistics, particularly by analyzing the 4-point Likert scale that the students choose. The next slide is about findings and will be delivered by my colleague, Ibu Laili.
Thank you so much, Ms. Didi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lely, and allow me to continue what my partner has been explaining before. So as you can see on the slide, and also this is actually has been mentioned by Ms. Didi before, this questionnaire consists of 4 parts, and the first one is the importance of English, the second one is using language skills, the third one is skills and factors, and the last one is likes and wants. So as you can see on the slides, the results from each study program is different. So regarding the importance of English, medicine students think that English is important to help them in their academic studies. Meanwhile, midwifery and pharmacy students think that English helps them enhance their English language skills. And regarding the using of the language skills itself, for the medicine and midwifery study programs, they use English to read articles and journals. So as you know, the articles focusing on health and medicine mostly are written in English. And then for pharmacy students, they use English to read their textbook. And for the third needs regarding the skills and factors, the medicine and midwifery students think that they perform best in their listening comprehension. And for the pharmacy students, they think that they are good at pronunciation. And regarding the likes and wants, we are going to discuss this in the next slides. Okay, so here's the details of the results regarding the importance of English. So the 3 highest importance of English course for medicine students are for medical academic studies, understanding medical terminology, and for English medical reference. And for midwifery students, English course is important to enhance English language skills, understand medical terminology, and help them in medical profession. And lastly, for pharmacy students, they think English course is important to enhance English language skills, help them in medical academic studies, and also academic profession. And the details of the use of language skills, so the 4 highest use of language skills for medicine students are for reading articles and journals, reading textbook, attending seminars and conference, and the last one is writing laboratory reports. And for midwifery students, they use their language skills mostly for reading articles and journals, reading textbook, and having daily conversation. And then pharmacy students use their English skills for reading textbooks, reading articles, and taking notes during the lectures. And here's the details about skills and factors. And for medicine students, they think that their comprehension of medical terminology is poor. Meanwhile, midwifery students think that their pronunciation skill is poor. And lastly, pharmacy students think that their grammar is the one that needs more improvement. Thank you. And here's the detail regarding the lesson ones that I explained before. So for medical students, they experience problem in performing communication about medical related topics very often. Thus, they hope that they will be able to understand medical related instructions and lectures the most. And for midwifery students, they also think that communicating about medical related topics is the biggest problem. And besides understanding medical related instructions and lectures, they also have the same result for written case histories comprehension. And lastly, for pharmacy students, there were slight difference in the communication problem and comprehending references. Thus, they expect to have improvement in those two aspects. So this is the answer for the second research question regarding the design. So we formulate this result based on our own experience and also from literature review. So these 3 steps are the things that we use in designing our whole EMP course. The first one is course preparation, the second one is classroom management, and the third one is course evaluation. And for the course preparation, there are 3 steps that we conduct in designing our course. The first one is analyzing needs. It means we identify how the students perceive the importance of English and how will they use this language as a means of study and communication in their field. And the second one is designing the syllabus, considering the level of students and then the amount of time available and also their lacks and want regarding the English language skills. Then the last step is material development, considering the students and also authenticity and also opportunities to use language and providing feedback and response. And then the second step in designing our classroom is considering about the classroom management. So we also consider the setting, online, offline, or hybrid, because we have so many students. So some of our courses are held in online setting, and some of our courses are held in hybrid mode. But starting from this year, all of our classes are back in on offline setting. And in the classroom size, it also depends on the study program that we teach. For medicine students, in the last semester, we teach almost 300 students in the same session in online setting, but starting from now, they are divided into 3 classes. So these are the things that we need to consider in the classroom management step. And the last one is the course evaluation. So this is the final phase of our classroom design. So we do this, in order to ensure that healthcare professionals, our students, are able to communicate effectively in English. It is important to provide them with tasks and assignments that are designed to help them develop their English language skills. So we back to the root of authenticity here in the course evaluation. And here's the discussion part. So for medicine students, the overall results indicated that 69% of the students think that English is extremely important for the studies. And the results also confirms the students' perceptions of the use of English language skills, dominated by the English as a medical discourse and also medium of communication. And regarding midwifery and pharmacy students, they think that taking EMP course is extremely important to improve their English language skills. Then it was followed by understanding medical terminology and English for medical profession. So this result is different from medicine students, since most of them highlighted the importance of medical discourse. So medicine students tend to have English more for reading their discourse. And last thing, designing an effective EMT program requires careful consideration of the language needs of medical learners, the different levels of language proficiency among learners, the types of materials that can be used, and the assessment methods that will be used to evaluate the learner's progress. Now we come to our conclusion. So the significance of English for students' abilities to participate in and comprehend medical discourse as well as communicate formally in academic settings. And an MP course should begin with sub-skills such as medical terminology and grammar before we moving on to medical discourse and communicative English. And here is our recommendation. So as EMP practitioners, we recommend to use 3 stages of EMP course. The first one is course preparation, classroom management, and course evaluation. And then the second recommendation is to involve more stakeholders to conduct more thorough examination of medical students' learning needs. So I guess that's it for our presentation. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much for Miss Laili Hidayati and Miss Dia from Universitas Brawijaya for the insightful presentation. Well, for the next presenter, she will convey a presentation entitled Business Meeting V2, Aiming for a Better Version for a Digital Pocket Presentation Guide for Accounting Department Students, Politeknik Negeri Malang. Miss Farida Ulfa from Politeknik Negeri Malang, the floor is yours. Let's give a big applause.
Okay, hello everybody, good afternoon. Mana semangatnya? Klub lemes-lemes, hello everybody, how are you today? Okay, so hello, my name is Farida and I'm from Politeknik Negeri Malang. So actually this is a team research, Bulia and me has been doing this for almost 2 years, yeah. So she's doing the class action research and I'm doing the R&D research. So the title for today's topic is Business Meeting version 2, aiming for a better version of a digital pocket presentation guide for accounting department students Politeknik Negeri Malang. So saya dari Information Technology Department and Bulia is from Accounting Department. And this will be the topics that I'm going to discuss today, and we will just go straight to the background. So here it is. So because we are from vocational institution, the teaching of English to EFL students is to motivate students to have confidence in expressing their thoughts in oral communication. Why it is important? Because it has something to do with students' future enrollment in working environment and also the academic setting. And then that's why we need to assist the students who are hesitant to speak in class that will be motivating them to learn the language better. Okay, so how is it like the students of accounting department? So accounting department in Politeknik Negeri Malang has been assisting its students in performing real-life oral communication by conducting business meeting presentation. And it is hoped that this course will give important opportunities for them to practice oral communication by expressing ideas, expectation, need, will, and everything that is needed in that term. And then there are also obstacles that we face during the presentation, which is commonly happen. The first one is that they seem to tend to memorizing things in the business meeting expression, no or less eye contact when they are doing the, contact with the audience, and then the communication itself seems less genuine because of those things, and then it it looks like less engaging communication compared to what is happening in real life. And then we have this solution. So we propose a digital pocket guide presentation that is called Digital Business Meeting Guide in a Nutshell. So what is the question? So what kind of digital pocket guide for presentation that can assist accounting department students to learn the proper way in conducting business meeting and practice their communication skills? And then the purpose is to see the effective feedback of the model implemented to the accounting department students of Polytechnic Negeri Malang. Okay, here is the method. We are choosing the work and goal model of development, but we are not using the whole step. We are just modifying this based on our needs. So we only include the research information collection and then preliminary form of product, and then we have the testing. But previously we use the assistance of an expert validator for that. And then after we are given the feedback, we have the revision, and then after that we go back to the expert validation, and then the second revision goes, and then we tried out the product, and then the last one will be the final product. So what will happen, what happened in the information collection? So we use the information collected from various sources. Yeah, the first one is the course outline, the materials, the syllabus, and then also we did the in-person interview with the lecturers and also the students. And then we also do the analysis and also observation from the previous students' video project on the business meeting. The product itself is an enrichment from the textbooks, and then we also offer topics which is the summary from some extra materials related with the textbook. We also provide mini practice and also web quiz for every topics. And then after that, we are undergoing the expert validation. Yes, Mbak? Sudah habis? Oh, belum. Okay. Sorry. And then to ensure that what we develop is as expected, we have an expert validation for this. And then based on the feedback, we make the revision, and then after that, we tried it for the tryout. So is it applicable, is it useful, or is there anything that we need to improve after the tryout? And then after that, we came to the final products. Yeah. And this is how the digital book looks like. So it came from in the two version, the PDF version, and also in the, the mobile application form. This is the digital e-book, and this is the examples of web quest. And on the left side is our mobile application. So we developed this on scratch, and we have the assistance of 3 students from information technology department students for this. Okay, and we also provide the materials, the manual book for the users. And we got quite positive feedback from the users. The users here are the students and also the validator. And this is the hard copy. And this is the application. I do hope we can play. This is the video of our application. So it's a pocket book size. You can install it in your mobile phone. It needs only 100 megabyte from your storage to install this. Oh, it's free, but for internal use only. Sorry. Yeah. And we also hold the copyright for this already. Alhamdulillah. So what is the conclusion? Here it is. The developed digital pocket book has fulfilled the challenge, and the feedback has been very positive. The authenticity of the real activities can assist the student nurturing the English skills for future needs in professional and academic setting, and it also can assist the students' need in the performing business meeting presentation in the class better. And then we have further suggestion. The students need or want the accounting-based game for this, because most of them are materials, but they want some games, fun game for them. Then I think that would be all from me. Thank you very much. Mbak.
Okay, thank you so much for Miss Farida Ulfa from Politeknik Negeri Malang. Well, we come to the next presenter. She will convey a presentation with the title Developing an OBE-based ESP course design for vocational finance students. Ms. Rita Darmayanti from Politeknik Negeri Malang. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to me to present my research entitled Developing an OBE-based ESP course design for vocational finance students. So I am Rita Darmayanti from Politeknik Negeri Malang. Yeah, I am based in accounting department, same like Bulia and the previous presenters. But I am here to present about not about business class, but this is about the finance class. Okay. So we start from the background of the study. So we start from the policy by the Indonesian government regarding with the revitalizations of polytechnics in Indonesia. The government actually has the policy that in 2019 to 2024, the vocational educations must meet the demands of the Industrial Revolutions 4.0 and Educations 4.0. The next one, so what should be done by Polytechnic, yeah, to meet the needs of industrial users of its graduates? So we must prioritize or set the curriculums to have the following knowledge. The first one is the main knowledge and expertise of each department, and then the next one, it would be about industry-based learning, and then the next one, we need to develop students' personal attitudes and skills, so we need to have social awareness, personal development, and foreign language skills. Next one, the vocational policy, we have the implementation. We must implement OBE or outcome-based educations. It emphasizes learning achievement through an effective, innovative, creative learning process. So here, we will focus on how to make the students more active and can make innovations. The next one, we need to also implement or collaborate or integrate OBE with the life competency-based English learning, or we know it as CEFR, which focuses on the values essentially possessed by the students, comprising creative thinking, problem solving, emotional development, communications, collaborations, learning to learn, and responsibility. All of them, the main purpose of all of them are the needs to increase student motivation and success in ESP learning. So here is the state of the art of this research. So we have the CEFR, and also we have the knowledge, skills, attitude that must be possessed by Polytechnic students. So please have a look at what we have in Common European Framework of Reference for Language, CEFR, as an international standard for describing language ability. So we have the first one, that is accuracy, and then the next one would be having ability in done TOEIC reading and listening tasks, because our graduates must have specific standard standard score in TOEIC, and then the next one is about business speaking skills. The next one would be also about business writing skills. So we have all of them. The main purpose is about business, but we need to also take into account about accuracy and fluency of the language. Next one, please have a look at the framework of knowledge, skills, attitude of Polytechnic. This is adopted, yeah? So Polytechnic stands for P, personal and professional skills. And then the next one, we need to have open thinking and also innovations. Next one, we need to promote lifelong learning. Next, young communications and teamwork, because we know that our students are young and they must be the agent of change, of innovations. Next one, we have T. T stands for technical knowledge and reasoning. Next one, for the personal development, we need to take into account about ethical values, collaborative industry, and also high responsibility. Okay, so I will directly go to the stages of the development of English learning syllabus in the accounting department, particularly in finance study program. So I think that I do not need to retell you about the needs analysis, because I think that the previous presenter already talked about the needs analysis from University of Brawijaya, so our main theory is basically the same, yeah? Yeah, okay. So I will go directly to the discussion because the time is very limited, yeah, Mbak, yeah? Yeah. So we go directly to this one. So with the reference of OBE and life competencies, yeah, this is the things that we need to take into account in our syllabus. The first one is active learners, because we have some semester for English class, not only one semester, but in accounting department or in finance student, we have 5 semesters for English. So in the first years, they have intermediate English, and then the second year would be business English. Yeah. The next one, so we have continuous assessment, integration of knowledge between English and also the body knowledge of finance. And it would be also learner-centered. Next one, we need to promote also innovative and creative learning. Here, we will need to put this full responsibility for learning is on the students, because the teacher would be the facilitators. Next one, we need to also emphasize the achievement and results which are flexible in space and time. We need to refer to the description or the explanation of Professor or Dr. Rakib, yeah, in this morning, that we need to also acknowledge students' diversity. Yeah, we need to also combine or we need to also acknowledge students' ability in mixing language in our class. So because we are in ESB classes, and I am basically in the first year, I'm teaching English for first year students, whether it is intermediate English, it is different with Pulia and Bu Farida Ufa, who is teaching in the second year for business English, yeah. So I need to teach about the basic ones. The next one, but the main purpose of our curriculum would be the students are able to think critically, have a good logical thinking in order to act and solve problem. So I will show you the prototype of our ESP course for finance students, especially for the first year student. It is about business and entrepreneurship course. Yeah, English for business and entrepreneurship. So the learning objective and learning outcomes are the following one. So we have reading and listening comprehension, key vocabulary for business and entrepreneurship. And then the next one, we need to have the entrepreneurship in local economy. So we try to students have project about researching local economies and also creative and also business plan. Next one, they need to develop business model, researching business model, and then also to find out about the effective market research, because they are finance students. They need to know about the market. They must be able to have a high order of thinking, especially in making innovations and solving problems. Next one, we need to attract, they also have the final project that is to attract investors and obtain funding for a startup. It means that we encourage the students to have the competitions for business, yeah, as the outcome of English class. So here is the syllabus, but I cannot tell you in detail because the time is up ya Mbak ya. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity and have a great day everyone. Yeah.
Thank you so much for Miss Rita. Let's give big applause. For the next and the last presenter, it will come from India. Well, he will convey a presentation with the title Curriculum Transformation in English for Law, Interpretation Capabilities and English Studies for Law Students in Global Scenario. Okay, for Dr. Al-Kasing, time is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, there's some problem in the video.
Yes, madam. We only see your name without any video.
Yeah, I have mailed my presentation to the organizing team. I am unable to play presentation right now, and I would be presenting right now. I would be talking about curriculum transformation in English for law students, and I would be focusing on interpretation capabilities and English studies for law students in global scenario. Very good afternoon from India, greetings from India, and I am so thankful to the entire organizing team for giving me opportunity to talk about the importance of interpretation capabilities so far as English teaching, learning and researches for the law students are concerned. As I have already communicated to the organizing team that I have shared my PowerPoint presentation, and I would like the team to share with the participants, those who are interested in having and in knowing more detail about this research on curriculum transformation in English for law students. Here I am expecting the students of law to interpret legal texts, statutes, rules, and regulations in appropriate circumstances of the different case studies, whereas the similar activity is seen among the students of English studies in deliberating a text in understanding the society, its people in different discourses and the social and psychological patterns of varied human emotions. So students in both disciplines, they need to be skilled in the art of articulating ideas and interpretation techniques. This paper is a deliberation on recommending text and skills required to strengthen
interpretation capabilities of the students for law while offering them a curriculum in English studies at the undergraduate level specifically. So teaching in the postmodern global context is seen to be affected by all-encompassing discourses prevalent in sociology, anthropology, political and cultural discourses when it comes to teaching and researches in English studies. The cultural dialogue, the sociology of the text, and the reception aesthetics that becomes significant towards meaning-making process and interpretation of the text. So the present paper tries to highlight several academic disciplines and interdisciplinary approaches resulting in curriculum transformation that are pivotal in widening the scope of teaching English to law students in global scenario. Dear participants, actually, when we look at the legal education, it is a broad domain of knowledge where students or its stakeholders, they learn to respond to social norms and the behavioral patterns that structure an equitable society, a society which is heterogeneous in structure, where different narratives, institutions, establishments, codes, ideas, people from different cultural backgrounds and various consciousness, they coexist and live in a harmonious manner. In order to have good governance in the interest of all its people, the education system, the entire education system that form the basic ladder to strengthen the ideology, policy, economic, political, and social equation that structuralize a society where happiness, creativity, innovation, everything offer ideals and play pivotal role in the overall framework of making of a nation. So legal education, when we look in the Indian scenario, is one of those most important democratic setups in the realm of academia that defines moral and ethical standards of people, and it helps in understanding the correct and incorrect pathways, the grave moral wrongs, conveniences of making agreements, the family as social unit, the offenses that corrupt people and society, the law and the constitution that defines people rights, duties, and responsibility, and likewise every act and the constitution that define people's right. It is an act of communication that establishes one's authentic and relative authority. However, under the National Education Policy 2020, legal education remains at a cornered position when we try to interact with this discipline from multidisciplinary perspective or interdisciplinary perspective. So interdisciplinary education in common parlance relies on multiple content variables that together provide a working perspective in developing students' knowledge, problem solving skills, self-confidence, self-efficacy, and a passion for learning, while supporting students' various learning styles, diverse background, interests, talents, backgrounds, creativity, and values. I have discussed in my paper right from the grammatical structure to visual text, the different genres of drama, literature, that offer students creative insights and multidisciplinary approaches to find critical theories, especially literary theories, as powerful tool in the analysis of so many discourses that condition an individual, that condition an emergence of a text, and therefore the students of law must be taught with a curriculum which should be comprehensive in knowledge, where they, where what we visualize out of the literary and critical theories that are offered through the legal jurisprudence, through literary jurisprudence, through critical jurisprudence, that should explain the text itself. And the paper is a working analysis of so many literary and critical theories that empower students and help them in identifying social and cultural ideas that define the limitations of the thematic concerns, motivations, hidden actions, reactions, within the contrasting, domain of the different knowledge out of which a text or an individual, individual is concerned. So this paper also talks about various cinematic representation, visual text, and like arts that have helped in strengthening the interpretation capabilities of the law students. And the syllabus that I have recommended in my presentation shall hone the communication skills, argumentative skills, it shall sharpen the interactive skills in teaching of English, specifically to BA LLB honor students in particular. And the curriculum transformation that has taken place from a monopolized legal environment to to a syllabus or a syllabi that is creative, that is more critical, that analyzes and that provides the tools to various understanding of various discourses and the unusual insights to look into a problem and the matter that should be given a broader understanding while handling a text to be decoded for the requirement of the human crisis and the situations. I have attached in my paper the two kind of the syllabus that should be taught to the students of BA LLB honors as English 1 and English 2, which is very comprehensive, comprises of the various unit divided in 5 unit. It is having spaces for the grammar, grammatical structure, sound studies, morphology. It has the spaces to strengthen the specialized registers and the morphological studies. It talks about the legal comprehension, it talks about the visual text, and there are the recommendations of the text from the different genres of literature, drama, and novels, and particular scenes that speak of the trial scenario, that speak of the meaning making process and interpretation of the text. So that is here I have proposed in my paper a comprehensive curriculum which is a transformation from a monopolized legal environmental setup to a more comprehensive syllabus which shall strengthen the interpretation capabilities of the students who are offered English as part of their BLLB honors curriculum in India in particular, and the law students in general, so far as global scenario is concerned. Thank you so much. Thank you giving me such a space for for the deliberations of the ideas. And as I have said, I have shared my PPT, my paper with the organizing team, and I request the participants and the scholars to interact via paper if they are interested. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for Ms. Al-Kasing for the presentation. Well, thank you for all presenters for the wonderful and insightful presentation. Let's give big applause for all of them. Okay, now it's time for the Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please raise your hands, mention your name, and state to which presenters you address your question. Is there anyone who wants to ask? From the participant, perhaps? Okay, there's a question from the chat box. It comes from Risang Baskara from Universitas Sanata Dharma. The question is for Dr. Al-Kasing. So the question is, what extent can the integration of all power tools like a lawyer, which over instant legal help, facilitate curriculum transformation in English for law by enhancing access to legal research, simplifying complex legal concepts, and fostering cross-culture understanding and linguistic diversity within the study of law. Additionally, how can educators effectively incorporate and critically evaluate the use of such generative all tools in the English for law curriculum to ensure the development of students' critical thinking, legal reasoning skills, and ethical considerations in legal practice? For Dr. Al-Kasing, perhaps would you mind answering the question? For Dr. Al-Kasing, would you mind answering this question? Okay, I will repeat the question. To what extent can the integration of all power tools like
Yeah,
a
am I
lawyer...
audible? Am I audible? Yeah. Yeah, am I audible? Thank you so much for the question. It's a brilliant question because in an era of technology, the artificial intelligence power tools and technologies have brought, revolutionary transformation so far as, curriculum development for the law students are concerned or the legal academia is concerned. It is, the AI dystopia is claiming the recognition of the human emotions. It talks about, premature checking of the human emotions, and it is a kind of a technology that predicts, more maturely beforehand the thinking process and the different forums that are upcoming with with this AI powered technologies today have definitely brought a lot of text in the sense that anything before you that is conditioning the competent brain of the human beings in the analysis of the text before you, and that is why it is very important that the entire the management network should be handled with the standard protocol in the so-called internet world, in the net of networks, so that it should not be it should not divert the hazardous effect of the other side of the human competent brain. So definitely with the emergence of the AI powered tools and techniques, the curriculum today have more access and opportunities to the different materials that are available to strengthen the access and the interpretation abilities or the capabilities of the students in structuralizing the language, in structuralizing the unusual insights that should be utilized in the interpretation of a text.
Okay, thank you so much for the complete answer from Dr. Al-Kasing. Well, is there any question anymore? If we don't have any question anymore, we will close this session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of the session. I would like to give my big gratitude to all presenters for their informative and useful presentations, and to the audience for your attention and active participation. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. See you in the next conference. Have a nice day, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For the additional information,
Thank you so
all
much.
presenters, perhaps would you mind coming to the front for receiving the certificate?
Thank you.